G'day surfers in the water. Can you just tell us if you can hear this horn test, a horn test? Thanks guys.
Righto everybody, well good morning, welcome to
Early in the morning on opening day of the waiting period for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, the Red Bull Athlete Zone is filling up. The drama, the mid-season cut. And Bronte McCauley getting familiar with the CT locker room once again. And Tati preparing for this beautiful sunrise and what could be a big day at Margaret River Main Break. The World Surf League travels west to Margaret River for the 5th stop on the 2024 Championship Tour, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. At stop number 4, it was an American double as rookie Cole Houshmand and second-year superstar Caitlin Simmers rang the bell. Now in Margaret River, world-class waves intertwined with wineries and wondrous landscapes. But even in paradise, the pressure of the mid-season cut looms over those trying to keep their dream alive. Who will rise? The stage is set for elation and relegation at the 2024 Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Good morning and welcome to Dawn Patrol for stop number 5 of the World Surf League Championship Tour, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. On the show today, we're going to focus on the favorites on who could win the event here in 2024. Also looking at Tyler Wright. Can she bounce back after a heartbreaking loss at Bells when she was looking to three-peat? And with the midseason cut on her back, a lot of the tour will be under pressure once again here at stop number 5. We'll focus in on the cut line and see the rookies, the big names, the legends, even world champions that need a big result here at the 5th stop of the season. Beautiful morning sunrise. How about that look at Main Break? What a beautiful part of the world. We are so lucky to be here. Felicity, thanks for having us. Felicity Palmatier, I'm Joe Turpel, Richie Lovett. Flick, gosh, it must feel great to be home.
Oh, it's good to sleep in my own bed, and it's no secret I am the proudest West Aussie there is, and it's a beautiful part of the world, and I'm stoked that the tour is here, and it's going to be such an exciting event.
Richie Lovett, you've got a lot of nicknames. Some I can't say on television, but one of my favorites is W.A. Rick. You have a lot of happiness when you come to this part of the world. What does this place do to you?
Mate, there's an energy about this place. There's no doubt about it. You know, it's raw. You know, you're really connected to nature, and there's a lot of good wineries around here too, mate, and I don't mind a drop.
Gosh, I feel like we could have a big day. One of our favorite Aussies, Stace Galbraith, is standing by with our commissioner, Jessie Miley-Dyer, for the update today.
Thanks, Joe. Jess, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Happy to be back in the West.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful morning. You know, there's something about coming down here and you have that amazing sunrise, and those pinks never get old.
Good in the afternoon too.
Yeah, always.
What are we going to do today?
So we've got a big day planned, actually. We're going to be here. We're starting with the women's opening round and going straight into the men's. We know that today is probably the best day we've got in a few. The forecast looks pretty good for the event, for sure. There's no real significant swells that we're looking at. At the moment, there's not really any chance for the box, which I know was a big conversation last year, and I know people will be bummed about, but you always get that option for it to change. So today we're going to be on. It's a big day, and yeah, we're excited to get started.
And with the size of the swell today and the conditions on hand, what do you think the Commissioner's office is going to be looking for?
Yeah, so, you know, what's really important for us in the judging tower, after Luli's actually just sent out all these notes to the surfers this morning, is those combinations of turns. You know, we know that the swell today is not so big, but there are going to be some critical sections, and, you know, there's specific sections on this wave where you have that opportunity to have the critical manoeuvre. You know, we look at the bricks, we look at people, you know, trying to get those end turns. So we definitely want to see combinations. And then when we're thinking about progression, there's kind of two options, right? We've got those ability and the option to have those single huge manoeuvres, but also we've been talking about progression with the group this year, and the idea of drawing new lines and, you know, kind of testing what's possible out here at Main Break. That's going to be something that we're looking forward to.
Yeah, I think even at this size, we're going to see some great action. Thanks, Joe.
Good man, Stace. Thank you to our commissioner, Jessie Miley-Dyer, as Kelly Slater checks out the conditions this morning. The greatest of all time, breaking it all down with Lakey Peterson and Lakey's husband, Thomas. Actually talking about his surgery that he had last September. As now we bring up the Surfline forecast for this event. Flick, local knowledge, what are you seeing in this forecast?
Well, forecast right now, we've obviously woken up this morning. We've got a little southwest swell. It might hold, it's holding through a little bit today. What might come into factor later on about lunchtime is just the wind. That's one thing that's sort of picking my ears up. Usually around lunchtime here, that southwest wind sort of fills in. But later on in the waiting period, we are going to have a bit more of a swell. It's going to drop off during the weekend, but Monday, Tuesday, further on in the waiting period is looking promising.
As we look at today, 4 to 6 foot faces, so real rippable Main Break today.
Yeah, totally. It's super rippable out there, contestable conditions. 4 to 6 foot faces, that'll hold throughout the day, and beautiful offshore groomed waves today, this morning, but then a little bit sideshore and onshore this afternoon. We'll keep an eye on that, but that's air wind to me. That spells air and progression.
As we look at the next 4 days, it gets a little bit smaller, Flick.
Yeah, it's going to get smaller than today, and in my books, that's going to be pretty hard to run something out here at Main Break, but so maybe a couple of days off, but there's something down the pipeline. Monday, Tuesday is looking promising.
There we go. Big start, it's on opening day, kicking off in just a matter of moments as we talk about who's in and who's out. When you look at the opening round, heat draw, George Pitar, the legend from Manly Beach, who really put together some big turns at Bells. He's back for more against the CT. Otis North winning the trials, representing Yallingup, 17 years of age, in the main event. Bronte McCauley, that is just a household name globally, but especially at this event. Her whole family's been in this event over the years. She's back, coming through a big win in the trials over Willow Hardy. And also, Joao Chianca still injured, still wishing him the best on his road to recovery. Heard he's in the water, getting some waves again. His replacement, Reef Hazelwood. Not just a flyboy, he big airs, but he's also really powerful and dangerous here at Mainbreak Margaret River because he's had a nice performance in the past at the CT level. Much more to come on the Dawn Patrol show today, and we'll be focusing on this man, the rookie who just had the biggest breakthrough win of his entire career. More on that right after this on Dawn Patrol. What an event it was at Bells Beach for this goofy foot rookie from San Clemente, California. Went into this event 26th in the world with a win. Moves up to number 8 in the world and officially has made the cut. Taking down his heroes from Medina to Ewing to Igarashi to his best friend and mentor, world number 1, Griffin Colapinto. All San Clemente final, all Mayhem final, and everything just changed this year on tour for Cole Houshmand. But what a year it's been. Going back to last March, wins a QS to qualify for the Challengers Series with his 5th at Barbados. That helped. Then went back-to-back on the CS, getting the win in North Narrabeen over Jacob Wilcox, into a win in Bolito. The man was absolutely on fire. Then to be part of the rookie class, not have the best start the first 3 stops of the season, and picks up a big win. I mean, what a year it's been for Cole Houshmand.
It's absolutely nothing short of amazing. When it's incredible, really. I can't believe it's only taken him 4 events on tour to get the big win, and at what an event. So iconic. The bell, it's amazing. Jumped 18 places on the rankings. Can't wait for the rest of the year to see Cole.
Good point. I mean, Rich, where do we go from here after a big momentous win like that?
Well, the one thing that's going to happen now is he's going to have a lot of focus and attention on him. He's gone from sort of nowhere into the spotlight, so we'll see how he handles that pressure. But, yeah, for me, underperformed at the start of this year. And as you said, Flick, now he's found some momentum. The surfing's always been there. And sometimes that win can get infectious, you know, and you can start to get on a bit of a winning roll. So anything's possible. Certainly suited to the Waves here at Margaret's.
Well, now let's check out the epic men's rankings with a big move for Cole. 18 spots up to world number 8, right ahead of his good friend Crosby Colapinto. Houshie now leading the Rookie of the Year race here into stop number 5. Jordy, top 10 spot. Officially, if you're in this top 10 picture, you've officially made the mid-season cut. Kanoa to 7. Bear Mamiya just outside the final 5 now, but still in a great position at world number 6. Jack Robinson didn't get to defend his event title last year. He still feels like last time he was here competing, he won. He's looking very focused and comfortable. Big one there for California. Jake Marshall, world number 4. John 3. Griffin still leading in the yellow. Richie, who is the one to watch as a favorite to win Margaret River?
For me, when I think of Margaret River in all its glory, there's only one man, John Florence. This guy has redefined power surfing out at this event. You know, he is now the benchmark. He's the yardstick to which all surfers at Margaret River are rated. You know, he changed surfing and the way that you can just annihilate, carve a wave to pieces. You know, it's not only this power game that this guy has, though. He's got an incredible air game as well. He just feels that raw power and energy of this place. To me, he's one of the people to really watch.
You know what? I just cannot go past Jack Robinson. I mean, how can you not? He's born and bred here, absolutely knows every single inch of this reef. He have the event, the result he wanted at Bells, you know, last week, and I just feel like it's completely within his wheelhouse out here today. And as we see, this warm-up surf from Jack Robbo this morning, looking silky smooth on that sharp eye. Bit smaller right there, but looking in form.
Yeah, looks really comfortable. I think he's happy to be back home in the West. He said he went straight to the point here to watch the sunset when he got into town, and his good friend Bronte McCauley going back-to-back, which has been great to see them through the press conferences, representing the West so well in the main event. It's like you said, Jack put on a masterclass at the box and beat Felipe Toledo a couple of years ago. But with him really refining his rail game over the last couple of years, he's shown he could win anywhere. It doesn't have to be the box. It could be main break. And he's looking for another win out here to protect his home court. Up next on Dawn Patrol, we're going to focus on the final 5 picture for the women. And we'll see how the wild card Bronte ends up trying to upset that picture in this event. We'll be right back.
Absolutely charging.
Betty Lou has dreamed of this.
This is history being made right now.
Caroline Marks, 6 years on the championship tour. She's already won a world title. Banging that one way up top.
To be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women surfing.
We talk so much about the new school, talk about the veterans.
Joanna Fay is the champion.
She can almost do anything. The magnitude of her performance, stuff we never seen in surfing history.
Katie Simmers is your champion. Let's look at the current final 5. Into stop number 5, young Katie Simmers, the 18-year-old phenom from Oceanside, in the yellow jersey after that sudden death win on the buzzer over Joanna Fay at Bells Beach. She talked about it very articulately on the press conference as she had some time to digest what had happened. She just said you have to believe in yourself in an entire heat. If you got seconds on the clock, you can rise and take a huge win. I think it was a huge moment for her to realize her potential on tour. Joe Turpel with Flick and Richie Lovett. The big thing there outside of the final 5 picture is a big name absent, Tyler Wright, the most decorated athlete on tour. With Steph and Carissa stepping away, you're looking to her to really be owning this season so far. And right now she's 8th in the world after being upset by Ellie Harrison at Bells Beach. But when we focus on Margaret River, she's one of the greats. A win out here in the past in 9 events. She's got a 73% winning percentage. One of the most dominant competitors in
form. She just came up up against Ellie Harrison, who was in a little bit better form than her. But you know, Tyler's been coming to Margaret River since she's been a teenager. She's won an Australian title out here. She surfed out here when it was a qualifying series event. She undoubtedly probably got some of the most experience on tour out here. I think that, you know, it's not over for Tyler. I feel like a big result is possibly on the way.
Richie, anything to worry about there for Tyler Wright?
No, I don't think there's anything to worry about. As Flick said, there's just so much experience and knowledge there. She's been coming here for so long, but I don't know. There's something about me that actually likes seeing these, you know, experienced surfers, these world champions, under a little bit of pressure. They haven't, you know, not having everything their own way. So I loved seeing how they rise to the occasion. They really dig in and get the job done, and I think she will get the job done.
Awesome. Well, coming up next on the show, we're really going to focus on the mid-season cut. We've tried to avoid talking about it all season, but we're here. Stop number 5. You got to be in the top 22 for the men or the top 10 for the women as Lakey looks on with her coach, Glenn Micro Hall. We'll be right back. It is a gorgeous morning here at Main Break. The contest is on for the opening round. 35-minute heat starting with the women. Molly Picklum, Luana Silva, Alyssa Spencer will be out there in about 5 minutes. So we're about to start opening day, looking clean and rippable. The thing is, we got to focus on the rankings because now's the time to make the cut for the top 10 for the women, top 22 for the men as we check out the women's rankings. A lot of different stories throughout the year. The young, youthful movement that kicked off the Hawaiian leg of the tour kind of switched gears with Joanne DeFay stepping up and kind of really representing the established guard so well. As now world number 2 right behind Katie, as that was the Bell's final. Picklum down to 3rd, Caroline 4th, but the hot seat is the midseason cut. Lakey Peterson, she's felt it before where she was under pressure to perform. Sawyer's a rookie on tour right behind Lakey. Bella Nichols has had the best day of her career and the worst in this format here at Margaret River Main Break. Veterans like Sally, Alyssa Spencer, India Robinson, and it's wild when you look at, history of this event, the past winners in the draw. You've got 6 past Margaret River Pro champions, and only one has officially made the cut. When you think about that, Flick, who's the one surfer that's really standing out that's going to make a big impact in this event?
For me, it's Tachi. I feel like she's right there. She's in number 7th. She's had a pretty good year. I mean, 2 fifths, a 3rd, and she's won out here before. She's on her backhand, point of difference. It always looks really critical on the right, so you have that ability to get really tight in the pocket. And she also has that in her where if it gets big and consequential, she's going.
It's interesting as well. That's a great pick because she loves this venue too. Really feels the power of the West. When you look at the Australians, Rich, like Isabella Nichols, who has won here, Sally, who's the veteran with all kinds of experience. I mean, out of those two specifically, who's really going to step up in your mind?
For me, it's Sally. I think she's put in some inspiring performances out here at Margaret River. She's had a win out here before. She knows the break. She's been coming here since she was a little kid, competing at all different levels. So, Sally is one of the most tenacious, determined women on the planet when it comes to sporting events. And this is her field. I just don't think we've seen the best of Sally this year, and I feel like this event, under pressure, she might produce something special.
Great calls, you guys. Also, the men's cut's looking pretty intense as we focus on the bubble. Remember, it's the 22 mark. Gentile just a spot ahead. Ramsey 2 spots ahead. Medina, huge name. That's number 20 in the world. And on the other side of it, Cade moved up dramatically after the quarters at Bells. He's 23rd in the world. You've got the Pupo brothers tied on points. Sammy just a step of him on a tie break. And a lot of big rookies, huge names like Kelly, also down to 33rd in the world. Big moment here to really step up and make an impact. Richie, who's it going to be?
Well, so far no joy for Jacob Wilcox, but he might find it here. Home break, he's back in the West. I feel like he's underperformed since he's made the championship tour, and he needs to kick into gear, and I'd love to see Jacob just climb up the ladder there and pull himself out of a hole.
Big one here for WA for Jacob Wilcox. Rookie this time, not a wild card in the past. Great choice there. What about you, Flick?
Oh, obviously, I agree wholeheartedly with Rich. I think it's within Jacob's wheelhouse, but when I look at that, I see Cade, and I feel like, he's coming off a quarterfinal finish, which is his best result so far on tour. He's got Jake here in his corner, who's obviously from Western Australia, knows this break so well, has coached so many people out here to great, and I think Cade's got great momentum coming from Bells. As looking at him just right now, coming in from a free surf, but I feel like he's going to continue that momentum. He's got a good crew of people around him, and my pick's Cade.
He also just has this demeanor about him where he's not being haunted by scenarios. He seems like he can pick himself back up even after a tough loss. I always think that's such a positive when you're new to the tour. It can be so overwhelming, and I think Cade's been rising through that this year.
Yeah, totally. It does take a couple of years to get things going. You can be sort of overwhelmed by the situation of being on the tour and competing with your heroes, people you looked up to, but he's starting to settle into his position.
Richie, enjoy your morning.
Thank you, mate.
We'll let you go roam around the field.
Awesome.
Talk to the coaches. Enjoy WA. We're going to get ready for a big start for the opening round for the women. 35-minute heats. Molly Picklum, Luana Silva, Alyssa Spencer on the first heat of the morning. Free surf was fun. Everyone's out of the water now, and they're about to count them down in 5 seconds to kick off opening day. And we are on the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Stop 5 of the season, and what a glorious day it's been. Gosh, it's been all about sunshine, warm weather since we got here from Bells. Absolutely magical on land. It feels like a summer's day, Flick.
Oh, the weather here even for the last 2 weeks, I've been speaking to, friends and family back home while we've been on the road, and Western Australia has just been absolutely beautiful. Just, 27-degree days, really beautiful surf. I mean, we're seeing it right now. This whole week's going to be absolutely stunning. Plenty of fun waves around, plenty of fun waves to be had, and yeah, beautiful groomed conditions this morning. It just not a breath of wind out of place, and I think probably going to get a lot of surfboard riding underway today.
I love surfboard riding, especially at main break. Let's talk about the fun factor of a wave like this at this size. The stories of going left are kind of in the past. It's all about the right at main break. What's the right all about here, and how can you score well on it?
Yeah, for sure. I think, years ago when this event, 20 years ago, it was all about the left, and it'd get really big, and you see guys riding waves all the way from, main break when it got that big all the way through to the river mouth. But now, as the tour's progressed, and it's all about the right-hander. It's short, it's sharp, it's more punchy. As we have a look here.
Opening paddle battle. And Alyssa Spencer to hustle for the next opportunity. It will be Australia's Molly Picklum rolling into this one, world number 3. Driving hard in the open face, clean open face hook to get the first turn completed of the morning. And she steps off. Picklum, what a warrior. He's had some obviously crazy moments this season, including 10-point rides at Pipe, but one of my favorite excellent scores that she's had in her career was here at main break, where she got into the 9s. And Molly moving quickly with her wins, going back to back at Sunset Beach, winning there now 2 times in her career.
Yeah, Molly has impressed me this year. Even before coming into this year, as we just break down this opening ride from Molly here, she had a good read on this first section. She cut that turn short. She could see it was, the wave face was starting to suck up a bit, so she didn't go all the way to the top there. But my initial read on that situation was the girls were just a little bit out of position. It is actually quite a little bit of a strong offshore, and what happens is that if there hasn't been a set come through for a long time out here, it can be really easy to get out of position. When it's smaller like this too, you can't, as we see some little dolphins coming through the lineup there. See that a lot around here in Western Australia.
Especially the last few days.
Yeah.
Did you see the clip that Nathan Florence posted yesterday?
I did see that. If you haven't seen it, go on social media, check it out. This dolphin literally flies through the air. The drone captures it so well. I don't know if I've ever seen a dolphin that close to a drone in my life.
So clear and crisp. And then the soundtrack that Nathan put behind it,
just
I believe I could fly. That was just a magical moment in the West.
Yeah. No, it's like the dolphins know it's sunny and beautiful and crystal clear water, and they just make an appearance.
Gosh, it makes you feel good when you're surfing, doesn't it?
Oh, they are a feel-good animal.
And they ride waves. They're always in the right position. They do airs. Is that your spirit animal?
I would say a spirit animal is more of a whale, Joe.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
You see a lot of whales this time of year, this region?
Yeah, a few whales getting around.
It's really breathtaking, just driving on the tracks here, checking out the surf, seeing these old vans with 4-wheel drive and big boards stacked on top of them. And when the waves are pumping here, you can tell this town just feels that energy. It lifts. For most of us traveling here, it feels like a sleepy town. For locals like yourself, you probably, it's getting a bit busy these days. But it's still, gosh, you can definitely find a wave to surf by yourself without a problem.
Oh, completely. I mean, this coastline from Cape to Cape, Cape Naturalist to Cape Lewin, it's almost about 150 kilometres of coastline with all different nooks and crannies and different surf spots that work on different conditions. And yeah, it's a stunning coastline and hardly, touched at all. It's just all preserved. A lot of it's national park, so you just get beautiful, stunning vistas, landscapes, and I mean, we've seen a little bit of it this morning. We had a beautiful sunrise, and yeah, it's just so rugged and so wild and beautiful. But yeah, back to the wave, I think, you know, we were talking about it earlier. It used to be a lot about the left, but now it is about this right-hander. And I think one of the most exciting things and scary for the surfers is that this right, depending on the tide too, finishes on a very shallow reef on the inside. We call it the bricks. It's just this big slab of reef, and depending on where you take off on the right out the back depends on where you finish on the inside. And so it can lead to some pretty precarious finishes to these closeout sections. You know, it's this big convergence of whitewater, and you've really got to have a good read on it if you want to survive that section.
I love that reference, the bricks. I think I get more comments about that term more than any other term around the world. And why are you calling it the bricks? As we look at Alyssa Spencer, the goofy foot from Southern California, tagging the first section and waiting for another possibility. It's going to be a one maneuver wave, just like Picklam's. Molly got a 3 earlier. Lulu getting her first turn complete of the matchup. Nice clean sweeping cutbacks, but she'll get caught on the second turn. So all competitors on the board really showing off one maneuver so far to kick off this heat.
Yeah, I think we're going to see, as I was watching it this morning in my break, I did see some good waves coming through. I saw some pretty good free surfing. I feel like it's the first heat of the morning. The women are just getting their feet in the wax. Had a couple of turns underway, but, you know, out here really, and we heard it from Jessie this morning, you know, judges are really looking for that combination of critical manoeuvres. So I think we're going to see those big two-turn combos out here today. As we have a look here, this is Alyssa's opening ride on her backhand here. Just that one maneuver there, and then that wave running off in front of her. And that can happen here when it's a bit smaller. You know, you get that one maneuver. Here, as we see Lulu getting this first one, goes to the second one. It kind of looked like she was easily going to make this, but that wave just getting a little bit sucky there. So what happens is, because it's smaller, the wave moves further in on the reef, obviously. You get that first section that allows you to go out into the face, but then moves through onto the inside, and it's quite shallow, so that wave runs off without them. So I think, you know, if you can, you're doing well today if you can get on, you know, those set to medium-sized to bigger wave today. Those smaller ones are really going to hit that inside shelf and just run off.
Yeah, picking the right waves can be all the difference in the world, making your heats. Alyssa Spencer, a rookie on tour this year, really trying to enjoy her time under the pressure of the mid-season cut, sitting number 15 on the rankings when you got to be in the top 10. Falling 2 spots after her early loss at Bells Beach. But so focused on the game, Alyssa Spencer learning so much in a short period of time. Stand out on the Challenger Series, and now working things out on the Championship Tour. Luana Silva, number 9 in the world, definitely not feeling safe. As she's been in this position before, back in her rookie season when she fell off at stop number 5.
Yeah, and she's going to know that, and I think a lot of big emotions around this event, as we see Molly having a look here.
Picklam setting up her second ride of the matchup. Clean open face hook. That's been working for her on her first 2 waves. Sneaks in a whitewater float and steps off. Looking really focused the last couple of events, and almost maybe looking a little bit frustrated since she lost the yellow jersey. Starting off on such a high of the 10-point ride, runner-up at Pipe, winning Sunset. And then things just adding up where I think she feels like she's not doing her best surfing the last 2 events. She's pretty hard on herself, always striving for excellence, and still in a great position on the tour at the moment.
Oh, she's in an incredible position. I think it's just a lot of pressure when you've done so well in Hawaii. You come home to Australia. Well, you know, she went to Portugal, but then she's home in Australia. Got a lot of commitments, other obligations, ambassador roles. We've obviously got the Olympics coming up, and there's just so many commitments, right? And I feel like, you know, someone like Molly, she was my pick coming into this year as probably the most in-form women's surfer. She just looks so complete. Obviously, Katie's wearing the yellow right now, and she's had an incredible year also. But in my opinion, Molly's just looked so polished in every single way, from, you know, progressiveness in the barrel, her rail surfing, and then just the way she's been able to structure her heats and make really important decisions in critical moments. For me, I was like, okay, she's, and this is early, you know, in the year, but she's possibly, it's probably frustrating for her that she didn't get the result she was looking for at Bells, no doubt. And I think she's going to come here with something to prove. But it's exciting for me knowing that she's here, because you mentioned it earlier already, but and it was one of my favourite single waves from last year was Molly's excellent ride, that 9, for just basically that one big hack that we saw on her forehand. Well, it was a couple of years ago now, and it was really cool to see. And we've obviously seen her rail surfing progress since then, but sort of rubbing my hands together and hoping that we do get to see her really light up a right-hander like that again, because it was super impressive to watch.
Yeah, I think your point was solid about handling responsibilities around winning heats.
Yeah.
And when you've got your phone ringing a lot, your manager's calling you, there's lunches you got to go to, there's media responsibilities, which she loves, but then you're also trying to prepare for an event at the same time and working out your equipment and learning when you can say no here and there to make sure that you're focused on doing your job in the ocean as well. Molly's such a class act. She's learning quickly about the balance to compete on the top 17. Nice snap there for Luana Silva into a nice little float off the top there for her second scoring ride. Moving into this one with a lot of speed, California's Alyssa Spencer, flowing through her bottom turn. Nice point there off the lip. Right into a bottom turn, she runs out of room and steps off. Her best so far in the morning. Now Molly with a little more open face here. Overhead section, whips that first turn, but goes straight down.
Yeah, wow, that was a good little exchange there. Nice little set, all 3 women getting a wave, and it was pretty promising, I think, for signs to come this morning. At my opinion, I really loved Alyssa's approach. It was really critical on her backhand. She was able to get those 2 turns. It's going to be cool to see the other angle, because we sort of had that angle where we were looking, from behind the wave. So once we get that angle from front on, so we see a paddle battle happening right now. Alyssa and Lulu just absolutely going at it.
I love this stuff. And what a view from the sky. What an incredible paddle battle. Alyssa getting a little bit of room in front of Lulu. They'll commit to this till they get any sort of tell from their Apple Watch or from the announcer that the battle was won by Alyssa. Lulu, third priority, and they'll catch their breath and wait for the next set. They know how important it is in every heat. Even if you just got an edge with second priority, it could be the difference in surviving this opening round. Lulu's last score coming in, even though she lost the paddle battle, will be her best so far. And Alyssa on an absolute bomb and really connected. We talked to Jessie Miley-Dyer, commissioner, this morning. Said the judges were really focused on big combos. One thing we really noticed at Bells and Winky Pop was the flow in between turns, and I think Alyssa managed that very well in her last wave.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think as soon as I saw that, I loved the flow between the 2 maneuvers, and I just loved how critical she was able to get in the pocket. You have that ability on your back. This wave here, as we look, we'll just break down this one here. This is Lulu's 4.17. She gets up into the lip there, nice little snap, and finishes off there. So 4.17, 2 turns here. This is Alyssa's 6.33, straight up into the lip there, and then this beautiful flow cracks it up again there. But yeah, they were 2 beautiful time turns and combination of maneuver. Really, 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 this is the angle I wanted to see, because you really get to see how critical that was in the pocket. You can see she couldn't have gone any tighter. And one thing that I love watching about Alyssa's surfing is her timing. I feel like that is her strength. She's just, what other people's, if I compare it, there's other women or other guys on tour, sort of that whole age-old argument over timing beats sort of sometimes just huge amounts of power when it's not done well. And I feel like that was just a classic example of just perfect precision timing from Alyssa Spencer.
Well done for Alyssa, representing North County, San Diego. Her father, a fireman, fire station right there, close to all the waves around there. Seaside Reef, Cardiff around the corner, Swami's, you guys have probably heard of that. Had a lot of great surfers to look up to, and became very competitive, working early with guys like Matt Myers. And a total class act, improving every time we see her compete. That last score, a 6.33. With flow and great timing. Her low score for Alyssa, 2.5 now, but she's out in front.
Yeah, I think for me, I feel like also I'm just interested to see what's going to go down here because, I mean, Molly's got a lot to prove coming into this event. Not a lot to prove. I just feel like that the hunger's there, you know, and she's sitting out there with priority. She's having a look now. She hasn't opened up her account probably the way she wants to yet.
Molly Picklum, fun-looking wave, sinks that rail back into the pocket. Jumps into another section off the top. There's a combination of turns, and she'll step off. So she's kind of held to single maneuvers on her keepers so far. And that time, a combination, just needing a 3.85 to move into the top 2.
Yeah, I think she's done that. It was well done. It was a hard wave to surf. You can see how much wind here is blowing up the face of the wave, all that whitewash. And almost got a little bit hung up there on that first turn, and then she went up into that section so late, which is really hard to do. That end section here on the right has a lot of power, so for her to pull that one was pretty good. As we break down this little bit here, you can see she puts that board really on rail, and then it's just there that she almost gets hung up. And today, with this offshore so strong, can be quite easy thing to do just to really get hung up. But this here, she was so late to that section. So she did so well to really compress and get over that front foot there to make that. So they're super critical last turn there and mixing it up. 2-turn combo.
Loving that. Picklum waiting on her score as we stand by for that number. Let's say a big good morning to Matt Chinoski, also known as Waxhead. How's it looking down there?
Morning, guys. The Oakberry conditions update. It's actually consistent. We've got 15 to 18 minute intervals between swell, but the reason I'm down here right now is to show you that tide. It's not a massive coefficient, but this is where the surfers paddle out. There's a little bit more water on the bricks, as you alluded to earlier, and we do have another few hours of it coming in. The good news is the wind at about 11 knots right now, across to offshore. It's actually going to lay down, so we should see some really glassy conditions in the next few hours. The tide, I mean, the swell will stay pretty similar throughout the day. It's 14-second period, 4 to 6 foot faces, but that interval at the moment, and just it's a little inconsistent. Molly's wave then was kind of an in-between wave. Usually we're seeing those 2-wave sets. Most surfers will get the opportunity to get only 2 set waves per heat. Molly, that one was a random one. Good for her, clawing her way back. Alyssa Spencer capitalizing on that set, and that's what the surfer's going to have to do today. Really make their options count. There's no chance to get a backup wave if you fall off on a set.
Good man, Waxhead. Great getting the report. Matt Chinoski loves his history, loves his time in the water, loves big waves. Great to have him on board for this event as we look at Molly Picklum, that wave that he was referencing there.
Yeah, this beautiful opening turn there. Just that, it was 2 turns in really quick succession too. So Molly doing really well there, and finally sticking 2 turns, which I think she's going to feel good about.
You could see her kind of learning in the heat too. That one she got clipped on where she went down, it was a similar type of section that she had to utilize on her second turn, getting there late but staying over her equipment. 6.5 for Molly, takes the lead. Alyssa's 6.33 is keeping her in second. Now Lulu down to third, needing a 4.67 to move into the top 2. All about staying in the top 2. Third place goes to the elimination round, which would be a heavy situation for surfers trying to avoid getting cut from the tour. Lulu number 9 in the world. So she's feeling competitors like it. Alyssa Spencer really gunning for her position on tour.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, Alyssa's doing a good job right now. She's sitting out there. She's got that 6.33, second highest wave of the heat right now. And she's got priority. She just needs to make a smart decision when this next set comes through. And, you know, we just heard before, but, you know, this wind right now is actually a little bit strong. We've seen it blowing up the face of the wave. I'm interested to see what wave she's going to take when this set comes through, because that first wave of the set out here sometimes isn't always as groomed, and that second one, for me, just out of experience out here, can sometimes be a bit better. So we'll see if she has the, you know, the smarts about it, just to maybe wait a little bit and make sure she gets that clean face wave, as we see Molly getting busy.
Yeah, third priority, why not go left? This makes Flick happy.
It sure does.
Don't overlook the lefts, and she'll just keep that board moving. Comes off with a backside snap. She's trying to improve on a 3.13, and we'll try to take notes on how many keepers on the left we have, not just from today, but throughout this event.
Great, Joe, it's on. I hope we see a couple. You know what? The left does come on, so what it takes for the left to become good out here is more west in the swell. So usually we get southwest swells here, but or south-southwest. But the more it clicks around to the west, the more the left stands up. And it's all got to do with positioning on the reef and where the sets come through. The sets don't always hit the same part of the reef here. Sometimes they hit a little bit deeper, sometimes they hit wider, so it's all about positioning. And you know what? You can never count it out, because if you're at the end, you know, you don't have priority, you're chasing a score at the end of the heat, why would you not go? Just because you just can't count it out, in my opinion.
Got to keep an eye on it. And right now, Molly's using the left in her top two. Last wave of 4.83 and third priority. Great opportunity there.
Yeah, just solidifying that first place right now, putting a little bit more pressure on, giving the girls something to think about. Like, hang on a second, she just went left and she's got her back up.
Well, I was curious because her coach, Glenn Microhall, in the warm-up, took her to a left down around the corner. And it's going, hey, preparing for main break, you got to go right. But he probably saw something there. I was thinking, oh, he's a goofy foot coach. He's making his competitors go left all day.
I mean, this tour is stacked with rights. So, I mean, I don't blame him for going and chasing a left every now and then.
They had a really incredible session, but obviously well thought out with their game plan today of identifying opportunities with third priority and everyone overlooking the left, so you can see how big the playing field is. So there's a lot of room to sit below your competitors, especially in these three surfer heats.
Yeah, Margaret, out here main break, it is exactly what you said. It's a very, very, very big playing field. And as we see a set coming through now, and it looks like Alyssa's going to use her priority.
Alyssa Spencer in second at the moment. First turn. Little redirect in the pocket, now off the lip more in her second effort. That's where it really bottoms out, gets incredibly shallow, did well to time the finish. And now Lulu setting up a stretched out right. Nice top turn wrap, forming her way through that carve, and she'll step off. So nice back and forth. Lulu not a rookie this year, Alyssa is. And Picklum still out in front. Just love that buttery smooth style of Luana Silva. So clean on her rail work. And when she really connects with a wave with power, it's she's in her happy place. We'll wait for that last exchange to come through from the panel as we'll take a quick break from the opening round. Heat number 1, Molly Picklum still out in front. We'll be right back.
They all work. My earliest memories of surfing are down at Carter Free. My dad would push me into these perfect little peeling lefts. My brother's name is Ty. We've definitely both got the competitive spark in us, so I feel like from a young age, whatever we were doing, I never wanted my little brother to beat me. He definitely pushed me to be a better person and also kind of shaped me into the surfer that I am today. If there's a barrel that I get, he always tells me I could have been deeper.
see you.
My dad is a fire captain at Encinitas Fire Department. I just see how much hard work he's put in to be where he is, and I feel like that definitely really inspired me from a young age to find my passion in whatever it is and work hard to fulfill your dreams in that role. I'm Alyssa Spencer, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
Alyssa Spencer enjoying her time on tour and in the water right now in opening round, heat number 1 at main break Margaret River on opening day of the waiting period as we check out the action from the back end of the rookie Alyssa Spencer in second at the moment.
Yeah, this wave we saw just before we went to break and just really well timed again. This was a difficult wave to surf. She managed to get 3 turns on this one, fell there on that last little section. Lulu took off right behind her. This wave here, nice and smooth face as we see her go to that beautiful carving maneuver. 2-turn combo there for her, and this was Molly's attempt at going left, and this is her backup wave. This is a 4.83, so Molly doing really well too to hang on to that last turn there. You know, there's actually a name for the inside section on the left.
What do we got?
It's called the surgeon's table.
Ooh, that doesn't sound welcoming at all.
I've lost some bark there myself. It's because it's very, very, very shallow.
Surgeon's table, the bricks, which one's worse to land on? Both about the same?
The bricks have a lot of urchins and a lot of potholes there. So, I mean, we've seen surfers before, you know, get dry docked on there, and then they're facing down a wall of water that could be, you know, 4 to 6 to 10 foot. They're standing on there, they're trying to run across it, and all of a sudden you fall in, you lose your footing because you've fallen in a hole. I mean, the surgeon's table's shallow, really shallow, but not many crew are going left these days, so no one's really ending up on there. I don't know what's worse. They're both bad.
Well, it's crazy when you have a ride like this. It's so beautiful, it's fun, there's dolphins, and all of a sudden the water runs out and you're just dry docked at the end of the wave. It's actually really intense, and it just makes me think of guys like Ace Buchan, who broke his back on the bricks looking for a score, because when you're in that competitive mindset, a big turn and not being afraid of winding up over that shallow water, and if you can get there early and nail it, that's a lot of points. That's a huge part of scoring here at main break. So there's this probably decision time of going, am I hitting this?
Yeah.
Do I have enough time to make it and get a score, or am I going to break myself or my equipment on that shallow shelf?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it right there. The tide is getting higher right now, so this is actually quite a lot of water for what we're seeing on the bricks right now. But yeah, it's the scary thing. You're kind of watching these surfers go towards it, and you're like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Are they going to hit this? And then all of a sudden they do, and they ride out, and yeah, it's pretty dramatic. But it actually all depends on where you take off on the right and where that breaks on the reef to whether or not you're really going to be able to make that last turn. So there's some intricacies there.
Loving it. 7 minutes left in this heat. Molly's still out front. It is a stunning morning out there to be the water reporter, Kaipo. Good morning. How's it going out there?
Kaya, Joe. Yeah, blessed here, the Wadandi Puja. It's beautiful out here. Dreamy, Western Australia. Another dreamy morning. We had a beautiful sunset. The sky was painted orange. All kinds of colors of blue over here. And I don't know if it's too early to froth, but I'm frothing to be out here all amongst it. It is a blessed day.
Well, it's a pretty cool position you're in, Kipes. Can you break down who you're with, what your tools are like? I mean, water reporting is a really unique thing in sport. What do you got there?
Well, I got some padding here, and I got my Rip Curl Fusion suit on, nice and warm. But I just got the best crew. I got W8 legend Ant-Man Patterson. He's piloting the ski, so I'm in the best hands. I'm on the best ride. Again, not too early to froth, but I am.
I love it. A lot of excitement there. Ant-Man, Sam Smith on that what looks like an ice chest, that water housing there that he's pointing right at Kaipo's dome. And Kaipo will be out there all day, all event, getting all the insights from Ant-Man and getting his perspective of the world's best competing. Ant-Man, let's focus on that guy. Paul Patterson, an absolute legend in WA globally, and a very close friend of yours.
Yeah, really close friend, and brother of Jake Patterson. So, and well, he's just, I mean, what can you not say about Ant? He's absolutely incredible. He's an insane waterman, Eddie invitee, one of my absolute heroes and sort of mentors growing up as well. He's done so much for the sport, working for Perry, for Water Patrollers Australia right now, doing all the water safety for this event. I think I can see Simon there as well, Simon Tien. This Water Patrol here on the Red Bull skis, these are some of the best watermen in Western Australia. So the surfers can feel super confident knowing that these guys are coming in to pick them up when things get a bit bigger, and we use the jet ski assist. But yeah, I mean, Ant's done so much for the sport of big wave surfing especially, and pushing those limits, and yeah, been amazing for all the younger kids coming up and really supportive, and that's him there on screen. Really hard to make out because these guys rug up a lot. They've got, it gets really cold if you're out there on the ski all day. They've got the gloves on, got the jackets, anything to stay warm. But yeah, they're out there all day and they do an amazing job. So yeah, thanks to Ant and Perry Hatchett.
Oh, it's so cool just getting all the visions in the playing field. You know, Sam will be operating that camera to interview Kaipo to get the vision of that side angle shot to give you that really cool vantage point of what it's like to be in the water with the world's best.
Oh, for sure. And you know that camera Sam's holding, that is a heavy camera. It looks really light right there, but that thing is super heavy. So to be holding onto that all day, that's no easy feat.
3:50 on the clock in the first heat of the day as we focus on the best waves ridden so far. It's a 6.33 from Alyssa, 6.5 from Molly Picklum. Luana Silva's the one in third, trying to get a spot into the top two as we look at the recap. Smooth surfing from the rookie. Put herself out in the lead for a moment. Backed it up with a three-turn combo, 4.33. To keep herself in second. Molly then turned into 6.5.
Yeah, this wave was beautifully done by Molly. She almost lost it there, but brought it up this second one. She was super late. Beautiful combo there, 6.5, and then packed it up on the left with a 4.83, which is super rare to see. I don't know how many lefts we're going to see in this event. But yeah, got the work done. That last section she hit was really, really hard. Both of those last sections on the right and the left have been super challenging to hit today. She went up for both of those sections really late and did really a good job to hang on to those. So yeah, Molly out in the lead right now. Luana right now is sort of in the hot seat. She's chasing that 6.17, obviously, to jump up right now. And with 2.5 minutes on the clock, I'm just wondering if we're going to see another set, because they've been a little bit few and far between this morning. And kind of like what Waxhead was saying, if you are on a set, you cannot afford to fall. And you kind of need to be on those sets today. You've got to be thinking that in a heat, 35 minutes this morning, you're probably going to at least guarantee 2 sets. And you kind of want to be on at least one of them.
When you're in Australia when you hear Waxhead, Ant-Man. It's great. Let's keep it going.
What good nicknames, hey?
Good to be here. 2 minutes on the clock. Picklum out in front with priority. Great position for the young 21-year-old. From the other side of Australia, Central Coast of New South Wales. Think of great surfers like Rebecca Woods, who had a great career on the top 17.
Amy Donoghue.
Amy as well. Remember some great heats from Amy back in the day. But yeah, Molly representing all of Australia big time is a big hope to get a world title this year, especially with Steph Gilmore saying she's taking some time away. They're putting a lot of hope into Molly Picklum, and she loves it. It's a surfer that doesn't really feel pressure when she's in yellow. I think she gets more confident. Sometimes it goes other ways, like put the yellow jersey on, you're afraid to lose it. I feel like Molly looks at it and goes, yep, that's right, I'm leading the tour.
Yeah, I feel like Molly has a great sense of confidence, I feel like, when she has that thing on, but not too much to where it can be perceived as a cocky attitude. She just really knows that she deserves to be here. She's done the work. She's put in so much work with her coach Glenn. She's done strike mission trips to different locations that are on tour where she hasn't felt as comfortable. She's improved on her backside tube riding, and it's so evident. I mean, we saw it at the beginning of the year, just some of those tubes that she was getting, a pipe on her backhand with some of the best technical tubes I've ever seen from a woman. So yeah, Molly just knows that. I think once she has that yellow jersey, she feels so confident. It's like, nah, I deserve this. I've put the work in. But right now, she obviously doesn't have that. That belongs to Katie Simmers. And I know Molly will want to be taking that off her, but there's a few points between them.
Certainly are. It's cool how they've wound up in that position now, starting off the final together at Pipeline. Katie, world number 1, and Molly was number 2 at the time. We've changed the yellow jersey a bit this year as we get to stop number 5, and Molly Picklum will take the first win of the contest and be reseeded into the round of 16. Luana Silva stays in 3rd, and she'll be in the elimination round later on in this event. Remember, world number 9. She knows she'll be basically in a must-win situation with a lot of hungry competitors right behind her as we focus on the mid-season cut. Coming up next, world number 2, Joanne DeFay takes on Lakey Peterson and Sophie McCulloch right after this.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River. Proud to support the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, which celebrates the epic local surfing culture of this region.
Thanks for being with us. Second heat of the day, just getting started. Joanne DeFay, Lakey Peterson, Sophie McCulloch have the lineup to themselves. They have to work out priority, work out the best waves of the heat, always focus on their top 2 scoring rides to get a jump into the round of 16. Or 3rd place will be in the elimination round, like where we saw Luana Silva go in the first heat of the morning. Joanne DeFay, what an all-star she's been. Well, her entire career, but more specifically this year, her momentum is real. And Flick at the press conference, I was going, what is going on this year? You're surfing better than ever. And she kind of laughed. She's like, I feel like I've always been surfing like this. And I was like, yeah, I guess I've just been enjoying your momentum. And she's like, yeah, I definitely feel that. So it's interesting from her perspective. She's like, I know I've always been there, but right now, just starting this early, you know, knocking at the door of, you know, world number 1, even at Bell's in the live rankings she got there, ended up being number 2 when it was all said and done. But it is a great season for DeFay.
Oh, it's been an incredible season for Joanne, and I'm stoked to see her up there as, you know, we say the veteran on tour, but yeah, she's sitting in number 2 in the world, which is insane. I think it's a funny thing, you know, when obviously she's answered and said in the press conference, I feel like my surfing's always been there. And I feel like a lot of people do feel like their surfing is always there. Everyone on tour is so good, right? It's just so hard to get that momentum, and when you have it, you just want to keep on a roll, and you just want to stay with it.
Kaipa, we just noticed that Joanne's in 3rd priority. What'd you see there?
Yeah, what happened at the beginning of the heat with the open priority out here, Joe, is that Joanne paddled for a wave, kind of flinched for it, made Lakey Peterson pull back. The judges, they deemed that as a block, and that put Joanne in 3rd priority, so she's in the back of the line right now at the start of the heat because of that flinch. But what a heat we have set up for us, Joe. I believe we have 2 former champs out here at Margaret River with Lakey Peterson and Joanne DeFay, so I'm looking forward to what's going to happen once we start surfing.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. And interesting looking at that vision. Great to have that. I think all competitors will make note of that. You can't get away with too much as far as hanging on to priority. But seeing Joanne go down to third already, that's going to get this priority rotation started a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and they'll probably be in a little bit better position too when this first set comes through, because it can happen so easily out here. Obviously, surfers are trying to get that right-hander, and so easily by just trying to position and be the deepest, when that first set comes through, just naturally they're going to be a little bit too deep for it. We saw it happen in that first exchange of that first heat, and I mean, yeah, it was just really unfortunate sort of mistake from Joanne there, sort of paddling for that one and sort of convincing Lakey, hey, I'm going this. But I think because of that, the girls are probably going to be a little bit better positioned for when this first set comes through. It's just so easy out here, especially today as well. Just with this wind and long lulls, it can be really easy to be out of position.
6 past champs in the draw, and only one of them have made the cut. That's Joanne DeFay. Lakey Peterson, a champion at Margaret River, and it was probably one of my favorite event wins she's had in her career for a lot of reasons. I think there was an event before in the early stages of her career where she talked about how uncomfortable she was in big giant surf and main break. It was huge for a couple of rounds, and she came in going, wow, I wasn't ready for that. She vocalized it. It's a great mentor, longtime coach, Mike Parsons. So she's working with Micro now at this event. But they just started working on it. They kind of looked at that as a weakness and something she can improve on. Showed up at main break, a different surfer, and even other heavy water waves where she was looking at it with different eyes, enjoying the process of feeling the power of the ocean. It was one of the biggest hurdles I've seen anyone climb on tour. And then ended up winning this event, beating Steph Gilmore for the first time along the way. That was a huge win for Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, I remember that event distinctly, and I think one of the most important things that she probably did was just openly admit that, hey, I'm not comfortable in waves like this. And that sort of takes a bit of that power away when you do admit it to yourself and you're sort of more open about it. I think the moment you're a bit closed off about it, people start talking, oh, can she do it in waves of consequence? Could she do it when it gets bigger? But she just was like, no, I'm owning this. No, it's true. I don't really feel that comfortable. But, I mean, what an amazing, you know, turnaround and switch around, and what amazing effort that she put in to be able to feel confident in waves like this. I mean, and to get a win at Margaret River is not easy. I always say that you can't just rock up here 2 days before the event and expect to get a win if you've never been here. It's one of these events that has so many intricacies. It takes a long time to figure out the lineup. So, yeah, it comes down to experience. So she's done a really good job at that. And Margaret River has so many different faces. I mean, this wave holds, I mean, right now we're seeing it's quite small, but, I mean, it holds all the way up to 15 foot. You know, it gets big out here and scary, and it has a lot of different faces. You know, it works when it's onshore, offshore. I mean, you've got to be able to adapt. It really calls for sort of those watermanship or waterwomanship skills, and it really tests the surfers beyond just what you can do on a wave.
And then the years we've gone mobile, even the North Point and over to the box across the bay, just challenges the surfers even more, where you know, each venue is really not comparable to the next. They're completely different venues, and you've got to be ready just for what the conditions call for on the day. We'll see if we do move across the bay. They do have scaffolding set up there. So far, it's looking like it could be an event at main break, but we'll watch that closely. That swell coming in next week shows some promising signs of some bigger surf and clean conditions. As we look at our venue here, the big playing field of main break, we talked about how the right became the option to score well. Talking to coaches and legends like Chris Gallagher, he said he remembers just looking at the right in a different way, where it was all about the left, and then everything changed when he saw the critical sections of the right, the game-changing end section, which earned a lot of points if you hit it hard, and all of a sudden it just became about going right at this event. The dangerous part where you run out of room on the inside, and all three of these athletes know a lot about that. So far, it's just Lakey with a .5. Sophie McCulloch now with first priority, all settled just on the paddle battle for position. Sophie, a replacement surfer this year. getting the call up. Missing pipe just because she hadn't gotten the call up yet. Carissa was surfing in that event to kick off the season. So got a late start at Sunset and just had a tough one there in the elimination round and has just been trying to recover ever since.
Yeah, she has had a bit of a tough start to the year. I think I really love the way that Sophie surfs. I feel like she's very progressive, especially when it comes to her forehand. She really has the ability to really release her tail quite easily, and it's a hard thing to do. She has variety there as well. So, I mean, she's got a big job ahead of her if she really wants to keep this dream alive. I mean, it's probably going to take a win, I would say, if she wants to survive the cut. I think she's sitting right there. I think she's at the last place in the rankings at the moment. So it's a big job, but I mean, we've seen surfers do it before. We talked about it briefly. Isabella Nichols came into this event a couple of years ago, you know, needing an event win, and she got the job done. So it's possible.
True. And then with McCulloch winning the Hollywood Challenger to qualify originally a couple of years ago, you know that she has that in her to go all the way.
Yeah.
Let's catch up with the winner of the first heat of the morning. Molly Picklum is with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Molly Picklum, left, right, good night.
Exactly right, except left, right, good morning. Yeah, I think it was a little bit slow out there for sure, but conditions are clean and I mean, you just got to make it do, but I'm really happy to have made it for sure.
Seeing you talking to your competitors on the way in there, what's the debrief? You're telling them how hard you're ripping or talking about what's for lunch?
No, I actually felt for Lulu in the end. We sat for like 10 minutes and I was saying to her, I was like, oh, like such a bummer that we had to sit there. So I felt for her for sure that the opportunity, but nah, I mean, we're just chatting, we're cruising.
It's a 2-club win today. The swell size isn't super high, but the wind obviously pretty tough out there. What do you do with your equipment in conditions like this?
Yeah, it's a really good point because when you obviously small waves, but when the wind comes up, it can make it really tricky. And I feel like I just keep the length in my boards. I don't go to short boards typically here unless it's like no wind and this size. But yeah, I just keep a little bit of length in my board just to make sure I can get back down the face. But I still struggled a little bit. I was still caught up in the lip, but yeah, I don't know. Boards are feeling really good actually.
Really strong start to the year in performance conditions, or waves of consequence, I should say. Now coming to waves that are a bit more performance-based. Have you had the time to put the energy back into waves like this, or are you still hunting the slabs over here?
It's a good point. Obviously a really strong start, and then readjusting the sails a bit there, Portugal and Bells, it was a bit of a whirlwind, but no, I'm really happy to be here. I feel like there's waves to surf and rip and performance, and then also still there's slabs and fun waves to chase, and I'm all stoked on surfing again. I got energy back, and yeah, I'm really happy.
Good to see it. You want to sing out to Mum and the crew back at North Shelley?
Yeah, exactly. Thanks guys for watching, Mum, Dad, everyone. But yeah, thanks so much for tuning in, and let's keep it going. Margaret's sick.
On your pickles, well done.
Thank you, Stace. Molly Picklum, finding the joy in everything that comes with being one of the best surfers in the world. As we look at the left, being utilized again for Molly's good friend Lakey.
That's 2, Joe. 2 this morning.
Hey, keep notes.
Oh, and straight behind her, Sophie McCulloch out the back into the lip for that first turn and looking to get a second one here, but this wave just sort of dying out. She does get a finish right on that end section, but and out the back behind her, Joanne as well, getting to get moving here across this one. This one is a smaller one as well, but all women maybe just noticing what Molly was talking about, how there was that really long lull at the end of that heat there and maybe not so much opportunity. Everyone just really maximising when a wave comes, they're going. I'm interested to see where Lakey's 2-turn combo is going to go. It was a smaller left, but they were 2 really nice belts on her backhand. She got the release out on her fins of the first turn, and that last one as well was super critical. Smaller wave though, so I'm going to see where that goes. It'll be interesting.
Kaipo, what a morning. We've seen 2 lefts utilized already today in 2 heats.
Yeah, copy that, Joe. You know, just talking again with the ledge Ant-Man, he pointed out that at this size of swell and where the waves are breaking on the reef, the left can be an option. It can be a plan B. It's going to have a little bit of a longer wall, so it will allow for a couple of turns. So it's a nice plan B to go to. We saw Lakey do that, get the left, and then she made a beeline back out here and established priority. So clever move by Lakey Peterson.
I like that, Kaipo, and you just go right to Glenn Micro Hall, the coach for Lakey, the coach for Molly. And I would not be surprised if Micro just identified that left as well as a worthy option with 3 surfers in the lineup today.
Yeah, definitely. And also with it just being so inconsistent, this morning, if someone's going right, I mean, and you don't have that priority, if you're in third priority, I mean, and you know that there's not much more in that set, if there's nothing left, why wouldn't you have a crack at the left and see if you can get even a backup wave? I mean, that last one of Lakey's just come through at a 6-point ride for a left, so that's a pretty high scoring wave. I was really interested to see where that would go. It was 2 really good hits, and judges really rewarding that really well timed, the fin release as well. Even though it was a smaller wave, they were obviously loving that critical nature of those 2 turns.
So Lakey Peterson, a 6-point ride with her 0.5. Things start off just about positioning in this heat. Joanne Defay got the priority rotation going and then turned in a 4.17 when she really started. Sophie McCulloch, a 3.17. So Lakey is out in front. Couple of champs in the water from this event. Defay's was finished at Uluwatu when she won that year over that beautiful reef in Indonesia. Currently world number 2, Rookie of the Year in 2014, really rising on the ranks this year. Quarters to kick off the season in Hawaii and then back-to-back finals. We'll see where she goes with this one.
Yeah, I think she's just going to continue with this momentum. I mean, she has looked so good, and I think just making very smart choices in heats too, just veteran choices. And I saw a lot of that go down at Bells. Just there were those sort of sliding doors moments, and she just shut out her opponent and just, yeah, went to town and just showed everyone, like, hey, I've been here for a long time. This isn't my first rodeo. I know what I'm doing, and just dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. And I think just so much experience under her belt. And I love what she said to you, Joe, you know, in the press conference, that, hey, my surfing's been here the whole time. And I think it's just something interesting to note that everyone probably feels that it's just so hard with everyone being so good now, that it's so hard to really just get that momentum and stick with it. And when you have it, you've got to roll with it for as long as you can, because it can quickly, the rug can just get ripped out from underneath you, you know, and all of a sudden you're like, hang on, I'm doing all the same things. Why aren't I getting the same results?
It's so true. It's such an interesting sport in that way. You can just get on a roll and have it the entire year. As we look at Lakey Peterson using priority, sets up that first hook through the wind, blowing into the face of the wave. Essing back into the pocket through the flats, so a tough wave to surf, some uphill type moments, and it went off speed on her. And there's a good look at how shallow it is on the end section.
That's those bricks.
There they are. They're waiting for you on every right.
Falls down a pothole here if she's going to navigate this okay. Uh-oh.
And I suppose instead of saying every right, there's certain waves that almost have a better angle on it where you can almost get away with a finishing move a bit easier.
Yeah, and I think that's just conducive to where they break on the reef. As we have a look here, Sophie out the back.
The Australian setting up her first turn on her second wave. Tail falls out. Good commitment on that single maneuver opportunity. And that should put her up into second, but Defay's already got an answer back. Nice clean carve. Second turn off the top, now laying into a little fading cutback. And sees it going completely dry. Smart kick out from world number 2. So Sophie would have jumped into second, but Defay did just turned in a second scoring ride. So we'll see who'll be in the top 2 there. Sophie already with quite a lead for getting priority over Defay. Right behind Lakey Peterson on her heels. Priority will go to Lakey.
Lakey's first wave of that set there where she took off looked so difficult to ride. That wind right now, I mean, we heard Molly touch on it in her post-heat interview, and I mean, I know we'll watch this one right now. You can just see how hard this wave really is to surf. I sometimes don't think that when we watch, you know, everyone watching at home can really understand how hard this wave is. It actually breaks out quite far to sea. You know, the paddle out is, you know, I'd say about 500 meters, and it's quite wind affected. And that first wave of the set, there's a lot of rivets here, a lot to adjust to. And I mean, Lakey, it looked difficult, but she did a good job at sort of navigating just how hard that was. But yeah, we're not really, as we see live action right now.
Peterson now in the open face, hooking in the pocket. Smooth transition into a snap off the lip. Inside section gives her a coping to work with. Gets the fins out the back, and she will step off. That one had that taper where she was able to get that third turn in before hitting the brick section. And now 2 scores coming in for Lakey to see how they'll help out her lead with 15:45 to go.
Yeah, this one here, this is Soph's last wave. Goes straight up into the lip there, but that one just, to me, it seemed like it was a little bit small. It just hit that inside shelf and just ran off without her. Behind her was Joanne. Got a couple of little turns here underway. That first one was probably where a lot of her points are going to come to. She couldn't get a finish on the end there because that one went dry. And this is Lakey's last wave. So smoother face on this one, a little bit easier to surf, but a couple of nice turns. She gets 3 turns on this one, so we'll see if that betters her last one, which is the 4.27, and if she improves on that situation. But 15 minutes on the clock, I've got to be thinking that there's probably one more good set coming through in this heat, and I feel like that's just, this next set that comes through is going to be crucial for the, it's going to be crucial as to who gets it. I mean, Joanne's out there with priority right now. We'll see where her second wave comes in, but yeah, conditions right now are tricky with that wind. I feel like sometimes the broadcast and the webcast, it's hard to really justify just how hard it is out there. It breaks so far out to sea, and when you're paddling in, sometimes, especially at this time in the morning, as that sun rises up over the hill, you're almost virtually paddling in blind because there's spray in your face, there's sun, you can't really see. And right now, we're not seeing that angle, but if the drone turns around, you see just like this blaring sun and whitewash in your face. So it is hard. It's harder.
And the best in the world, they're handling it so well. Lakey Peterson, Joanne DeFay, Sophie McCulloch waiting for their scores. It looks like Lakey's still out front, even without her last wave factored in. And world number 1's preparing. Katie Simmers taking on Sawyer Lindblad and Bronte McCauley. Coming up next, we'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back with more competition.
Lost track of how many times I've come to Western Australia, but it's that returning to nature and really feeling in touch with the raw elements, the surf, the forests, the beautiful wineries, the food, and the people, I think is what makes this place really special. I'm super excited for the opportunity to have a few lay days here. I love the ocean and the waves here. It's powerful, it reminds me a lot of home. It's a time for me to kind of just find the enjoyment and fun in it.
Carissa Moore is last year's champion, winning this event as she dominated so many great heats here in Western Australia. Always enjoyed her time in the West, taking some time off from competitive surfing. We got to see her at Pipeline. We'll be seeing her in Tahiti soon enough as she focuses on another Olympic gold medal. 11:15 on the clock here as Lakey Peterson still out in front. Her last score, 4.6. That's the number we were waiting for. She did improve. Joanne DeFay second. Sophie McCulloch down to third with 11 minutes on the clock. A little bit more brisk in the morning with that offshore wind, but gosh, the last few days have been incredibly hot. Really beautiful to check out this coastline and check out the wineries and the great places to get some wonderful food. Some of the best chefs in the world right here in WA. Well, it offers a lot. Even if you're not jumping in the ocean at main break, there's something for everybody to find here in Western Australia.
Oh, there really is something for everyone. I mean, you've got amazing produce, like you said. There's so many beautiful restaurants down here. You've got world-class chefs. You've got amazing caves that you can check out that are a bit further south from here. You've got Giant's Cave. You've got Lake Cave, which is really cool. There's a lake in there with all these stalactites and malactites. Is that the word? I think it is.
Nailed it, yeah.
There we go. Big words for Felicity this morning. And you've got amazing walking trails. You've got the Cape to Cape, which is from Cape Leeuwin to Cape Naturalist. It's 150 kilometres of beautiful trails. I mean, you can do the whole thing or you can just pick a little section. But yeah, there's so many stunning places to go and check out. You've got different beaches. Oh, it's just, you got Margaret River Chocolate Factory if you fancy some chocolate, maybe some cheese.
I love it. Thanks for guiding us in the right direction when we come to your home turf flick. I really appreciate it. Let's see where Richie Lovett has found himself. Well, it looks like he's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, Joe, thanks. This is where it all happens. So the Red Bull Athlete Zone, it's actually split up into two sections. Around there, it's the lounge, it's the prep area. That's where all the coaches, families, the athletes hang out. It's where they spend that hour leading up into their heats. But this area here, right at the entrance to the lockers, this is where it gets serious. So all the exercise equipment here, this is where they suit up and make their final preparations before they head down the pathway and really get ready for their heat. So jersey pickup here, Apple Watches here. Obviously the fridge is full of Red Bulls if they want a quick pick-me-up before they head out for their heat. Exercise bikes, it's all prepped so that these athletes can go out there and really compete at the peak of their performance.
Good man, Richie. Appreciate the view of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Now we have Stace, who is with Micro.
Thanks, Joe. Busy morning for you, Crow.
Yeah, straight up and straight into it. It's bloody beautiful down here, though.
Heat 1, Molly obviously did really well. She's at the top end of the ratings, looking like locking in a spot for the final 5. That's her goal, obviously. Lakey fighting for a spot to stay on tour. How do you manage it all?
Yeah, for sure. It's like obviously two different goals, and but at the end of the day, you know, it's just another event, and you got to try and put all those different emotions aside and try and turn up for each heat that you're in. So conditions like this, it's a tough lineup at the best of times. When it's small and offshore and inconsistent, it definitely gets the athletes thinking and kind of brings out those emotions and start overthinking. So that's my job.
Obviously, Lakey going to draw on that experience with those inconsistent conditions. You happy with her sitting and waiting to close this one out?
For sure, she's in a good position right now. She's got priority and she's got a couple of scores and she's in the lead, so she's in a good spot.
Job so far, so good. Thanks, Glenn.
Thanks, mate.
Good man, Stace. Always great to hear from Micro, another great nickname for Australia. Turns into Crow, so you hear people call him Crow all the time, short for Micro. Glenn Hall, officially. Not sure how many people call him Glenn too often, in Australia at least. Great human, great surfer. He's won events like Bolito, Hainan Island. Helped coach his good friend Ace Buchan. They're actually coaching each other at Lowers. The only surfer to beat them at that big QS event, it'd be like a Challenger Series weighted event these days, was Gabriel Medina back then. Got to share memories on tour together, and they always found the fun. They'd always look for the good waves and world-class waves on tour to balance the competitive energy and also living the dream. As we've got the last wave for Joanne DeFay and also Sophie McCulloch here.
Yeah, Soph here, this is her last wave, just cutting that one a little bit short and then straight up into the lip for the second one there. So she's searching for those two turns. She probably saw what Molly did in that in her opening heat and is like, okay, well, you know, 2 turns. I'm maybe going to lock in somewhere around a 6, and that last score coming through now for Soph, 5.67. Jumping up into second there, so that's big moves for Sophie, and Joanne now down in the 3rd.
Well done, Sophie McCulloch, 5.67. Lower score, 3.93. Great character, good at a lot of sports. Really talented in the water, obviously, being on the championship tour, the best in the world. And has gone through a couple of injuries. She's had to miss events, and you think about how hard it is to make the cut in general. But then if you're surfing maybe 4 events instead of getting a full 5, how hard that's been. And now in her second attempt to make the cut. Joanne DeFay's down to third with second priority, just needing a 4.61, and she's starting to move into position here. It's up to Lakey if she's going to let her go. Lakey folds back, so DeFay will get to show off her famous backhand attack. First snap there to get this one going down the line. Little carve onto the open face. And then it goes completely flat on the inside, but so well timed with her turns. Great maneuver choice. One of the best backhands on tour. Winning a cloud break. She's got to be happy she'll be back in Fiji again this year. Winning this continuation event at Uluwatu. We can go on and on with her backhand performances. What'd you see here, Flick?
Yeah, this first turn was really nicely timed, but this wave, the left just, she got 2 turns done, right? And she's chasing a 4.61. She gets that kind of little carving maneuver there. She's trying to milk all she can out of that wave, knowing that she might not get another roll of the dice here. I think it's going to be coming really close, maybe just, in my opinion, maybe just under a little bit. I feel like, I mean, Lakey, we saw, she got a 6 for those 2 really well-timed turns. I mean, it's right there, actually, in my eyes. It's right there. I think she had to go. She had to give herself a chance. The first turn was really well-timed. It just didn't quite give her that, probably the second turn as much, just that critical nature as what we saw from Lakey on her 6 ride. I just kind of compare it to that because, I mean, it's easy. Lakey's was, you know, 6, 2 turns, a left. And then I sort of just compared Joanne's to that. As we see, girls are going to get another roll here off the dice because it looked like there's a couple of lines rolling through.
Important set coming through here. Lakey with priority will commit to improve on a 4.6. That's her goal here. Wrapping cut back, almost got stuck, picks up the rail and fits in a nice finish. McCulloch now starting to look, and they'll hold back. So just away from Lakey, that's got to feel good when you use priority. You still see your other competitors just sitting there and waiting, knowing that you got the best opportunity there.
Yeah, she definitely did, and it was smart of Sophie not to go that way and sort of just hold priority. She's going to have to wait and see where this score goes, though, from Joanne on that last wave. I feel like, you know, as we looked at this last one from Lakey, she used her priority here. She got a wrapping carve, and then this turn here just super late up into the lip. Gets 2 turns there. A little bit of variation between the turns too. But, yeah, this score of Joanne is just super critical.
We were talking at Bells about the dynasties in these eras where a lot of surfers win multiple bells in a row and kind of own, you know, a couple of seasons. We came off the Tyler Wright era, 2-time champ. Katie's just getting started, getting her first bell. Courtney had a few. Steph had a solid run. Sally Fitzgibbons, Carissa Moore went 3 in a row. Or Margaret River, there's a lot of different names when you look back in the history. Carissa winning last year, Bella Nichols the year before, Tati before that, Lakey, Joanne, Sally, Tyler. So it mixes it up quite a bit year after year with new event champions. Joanne and Lakey, past champs, in the water together. Joanne, world number 2, having the best season so far out of these 3 surfers. But Lakey's been in this position. Surfed against Carissa last year, and it was one of the wildest finishes
that
to
was
a
crazy.
heat, basically of the whole year.
Oh, wow. Incredible, right? I think Lakey fully had Carissa on the ropes, and it was like, okay, yep, she's done. She's home and hosed. She's got the heat win, and then in the last dying seconds, this set came through, and was it Lakey that just let this wave go and slide underneath? And Carissa goes, thank you, I'll go. Super late takeoff, pulls up into the barrel, gets spat out, ends up dropping an excellent score and jumped up into the lead. It was just like one of the craziest, clutchest, most incredible performances from Carissa.
And there's a few things in the mix if Lakey would have kept her spot on tour. So there were some nervous moments for the entire support crew of Lakey, and they got the message that she officially made it. Even with the loss, it was filled with drama. Last year at Stop 5, Lakey's trying to make it a bit more comfy this year by taking control of her heats and always looking to go all the way in these events. As we get to the final minute, Lakey is using her last wave, so she used priority and did make an improvement, 4.73. So McCulloch now needs a 5.07 for the win. DeFay needs a 4.61. to avoid the elimination round. Little peak here popping up, and priority is with Sophie. The Australian will head left, setting up a little redirect turn, trying to protect second. Just one maneuver available there for Sophie McCulloch. Britt Merrick standing behind Micro there. One of the best beards on tour. Haven't seen his face in a long time, actually. One of the best shapers in the world, coming from one of the biggest surfboard shaping companies, started by his father, Al. Still have the Al Merrick stamp on every single surfboard, but Al's kind of stepped away and lets his son Britt handle the big responsibilities of being the head shaper at Channel Islands, making boards for Lakey, and they did well. Peterson getting the win, identifying the left as an option, turning into 6.0.
Another left, another heat, another left. Are we going to see more, Joe? I think we will.
We're on a streak flick, 2 heats in a row where the left has been important for our winners, from Molly Picklum to Lakey Peterson. Two good friends that spent a lot of time together. Whatever they talked about this morning with Micro really paid off. Coming up next, Katie Simmers, world #1, takes on Sawyer Lindblad, and wild card trials winner Bronte McCauley will bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
Betty Lou absolutely charging.
Betty Lou has dreamed of this.
This is history being made right now.
Caroline Marks, 6 years on the championship tour. She's already won a world title at just 21 years old.
On a bomb mark, bang, and a fourth section standing up for her.
Molly Picklum locks in. She's still going and gets the exit.
Banging that one way up top.
To be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women surfing.
We talk so much about the new school, it's all about the veterans.
Joanna Fay is the champion.
She can almost do anything. The magnitude of her performance, stuff we've never seen in surfing history.
Katie Simmers is your champion.
There is your current final 5. Coming into stop number 5, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, Caitlin Simmers breaking through for a 4 CT win, getting herself that yellow leaders jersey on the rankings and looking every part a world title contender this year with 2 victories. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett here on set. Rich, good morning, mate. So good to be back in the West, isn't it?
Oh, it's so good. We talked about it on the morning show. There is an energy to this place. You know, it's the whole nature thing. It just hugs you, and you can't help but get caught up in it.
For sure. Also greeted with some really clean conditions out there this morning, and already seen some great waves ridden in those opening couple of heats of the women's event. And now heat 3 is going to see the current ratings leader, Caitlin Simmers, out there in that yellow jersey. up against Sawyer Lindblad, who's after a huge result here to save her place on the CT, and Bronte McCauley back in a CT jersey, and she is always a favourite here competing at home.
Yeah, you know, Bronte's probably got more experience in this heat than the other two women, obviously. You know, this is her home turf, and she's competed in this event so many times. She's got, hadn't quite got the win, but she's gone deep into the event, so she'll have the local knowledge. But Caitlin Simmers, she's on some sort of roll. And then Sawyer Lindblad, she's had a sort of an up and down year in terms of her performances. Some really great surfing, some good scores. But this is a tough heat. It's a good one.
Sawyer had a great run down there at Bells Beach. But Bronte McCauley, I saw her, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers did, in the morning show, Dawn Patrol. We saw Bronte get a wave for the contest, and it was kind of why we were focusing on someone else, but it was a really nice ride. I was like, wow, she just looks on and ready to have a good run at it this year.
Yeah, you know, she's coming in pressure free as well, so that's another thing. But that backhand of hers, when she squares up on these right-handers, she knows exactly where to place the surfboard. She's got pinpoint timing, and when she starts to fire it up, she can really drop some big numbers.
Busting through for a victory in the Think Mental Health WA trials. And yeah, she's a major threat in this contest. I think, you know, there is certainly conversations about increasing the field at some point. It's sort of a buzz around the events. There's so many good surfers on the Challenger Series campaigning. Bronte McCauley is one of them. She's one of the best surfers not on the CT. And yeah, it's a big opportunity for her to remind us, but it comes with some pressure competing at home in front of family and friends.
Yeah, it does, but you know, in events past, we've seen such a big contingent of locals down here really spurring her on, getting behind her, and while it can be you know, quite sort of pressure encompassing, it can lift you up as well. Like, it's how you flick that switch, and I feel like Bronte, she's a really cool character. She's just the loveliest woman you're ever going to talk to, and I feel that she feels that energy of the spectators and the people that are the local crew backing her, and I feel like she'll just, you know, feed off that and do well.
A lot of local crew down here for the opening day of competition. Stop number 5, a big shout out to everyone who has joined us at Surfers Point here. Main break turning it on yesterday. The surf was, you know, half this size, and you know, it's a surprise to see that it has jumped up a little bit for us. And can't wait to see this opening exchange, because we know how key this event is, Rich. You know what, it's so good to be back here in the West. There's a lot of pressure on a lot of competitors fighting to keep their place on the CT.
Yeah, this event, unlike any other, has this energy, this feel around it, obviously because of where we are, the location, but also, man, it's cut time, and it's time to start sending people back to the Challenger Series. You know, you have surfers that really are fighting for their survival, others that are safe already and are thinking about that, you know, that final 5 and a world title picture. But there's a nervous energy around this event, no doubt about it.
Caitlin Simmers, she's sweet. Yellow jersey at the top of the ladder at the moment, and already has confirmed her place for the back half of the season and into the new year. And then, of course, you know, you've got Bronte McCauley out there who's just looking to, I think, realise a dream of winning over here in the West. And she'll be on the Challenger Series when we kick things off on the Gold Coast, which is the next major event on the calendar. But Sawyer Lindblad is the competitor out here at the moment who needs the big result, and it's not just a result, she needs the win.
Yeah, and obviously a couple other things will factor in depending on who does well and who drops out as the event rolls on, but she's got Jake Patterson in her corner as her coach. Probably no better coach here in the West. Jake's won this event. I mean, he has just got more experience out here than anyone, so if anyone's going to guide this lady to some results out here, it'll be Jake.
Yeah, I've seen him slithering around the contest site in the lead up to this contest. He is amped. Let's quickly check in with the winner of that last heat. We'll throw it down to Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Lakes, big sigh of relief coming up the stairs there.
Yeah, just nice to get my throwaway that I had at Pipe actually be my throwaway for sure, because I had a last place sitting there. So really nice to make it through that heat. And when it's slow and tricky conditions, it's always a little bit, for me, a little bit scarier, like when there's more waves. So I was actually really proud of myself and how I kind of competed in that one.
Yeah, absolutely, it was a solid performance. How hard is it to get your mentality back in that winner's circle where you know you belong? You see it with Joanne. She had a similar start to you, and then she's gone back-to-back finals. Yeah. You see yourself there?
I do, for sure, yeah. I've actually been really inspired by Joanne. We've both been on tour a similar amount of years, and she's kind of having her career best year so far, it seems. And yeah, I feel like I certainly can be right there too in the mix and winning events. I just got to put it together and I think have a couple chips fall my way at the same time. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really thinking too hard about anything in the future. I'm just heat by heat and really happy to be in the West and living this dream.
You and Molly both coached by Glenn Micro Hall. Both went left and right. Is that part of the plan?
Glenn's a goofy, so you know any left he's gonna see and tell us about it. But yeah, you know, today's obviously it's kind of not the typical main break margies. It's a lot smaller than what we usually would surf, so it's kind of in a bit more, which I think has a little bit more opportunity maybe going both ways because it's hugging that reef so tightly on the left. So there's maybe a couple sections. So yeah, I was just keeping an eye on it and being really open-minded to anything and just trying to give it a swing. It's definitely a day you could get stuck sitting out the back and then take a set that ends up being no good. So yeah, Glennie gave us the good juju. It worked.
Dinner time in California. Did you want to say hello?
Yeah, for sure. All my family back home, miss you guys, love you guys, and yeah, thanks everyone who just supports me and believes in me. I feel it and appreciate it.
Well done, Lakey.
Thank you, Stace. Lakey Peterson, you know, Rich, the focus for Lakey getting the big result, but there's little victories along the way. Just avoiding that elimination round means that, you know, Lakey's not dealing with that high pressure heat. If she did have a 33rd at this venue, she'd be off to a sitting in 11th position coming into this contest. So, you know, really an important heat win, a confidence-building heat win for her there.
Absolutely, and I can speak from experience, being in that position on the ratings. It's a terrifying prospect when you're going into your first heat of the event, and all you want to do is get that win. So you could see relief on her face there, and it's hard to actually tap in and compete how you want to compete and have your performance out there and really perform at the level that you can. But that's, you know, that's pressure. That's the pressure of competition, and that's why we buy into this so much. We love it.
Set wave approaching here. No takers. The surfers are really banking on a sizey set, peaking on that outside section. You look at the inside there. There was nothing wrong with that wave.
No opportunities are sort of going under them here. This can happen at this size though. Margaret River is a really tricky place to surf when it's this size. You know, those sets can actually they fold away under you and then they hit this little inside shelf. So it's, yeah, these are all the little intricacies of Margaret River main break in all its different sizes, different swells, and that's where experience comes into play, and that's where sort of Bronte will probably have the edge in this heat. But time ticking away at the moment.
Sure is. Let's have a look at the rankings and just get the full picture of what's happening here. Courtesy of Epic, great to have them involved in the event. And then you can see right there in 11th position, Lakey Peterson. She's just won through, so keep an eye on that live ladder at worldsurfleague.com/rankings, and you can see people moving up and down the ladder as these heats play out. It's going to be super interesting, but you can see Soya Lindblad there. She's got work to do. Has given herself a great fighting chance with a good finish at Bells Beach, but she needs more. A lot of successful competitors here in the West find themselves below the cut line on the women's rankings here, Rich.
Yeah, and with Lakey's win in that last heat, it does put pressure on every single one of the other competitors under her. So they're almost like, okay, Lakey's gotten through, she's just above me, I need to get the win as well and stay with her, because for everyone that goes in, someone's got to come out.
Exactly. Gabriella Bryan's there going, oh man, I've got to fire up when I hit the lineup. And Gabriella will be out there next. She is sitting 10th coming into this 5th stop, and she's been one of those competitors that saved herself brilliantly here with a huge finish in the final in the past. 21.5 minutes to go. Still no waves ridden here. Sawyer Lindblad, Rich, let's talk about her a little bit, because she's getting coached by one of your old sparring partners, your old travel buddy on tour, Jake the Snake Patterson. And yeah, I thought they did a great job down at Bells.
Yeah, they did, and I think we started to see a young lady settle into her position and really get that belief that she belongs on the tour, and that can cripple you know, some of the rookies when they're on tour, and they really don't surf to their potential. And I feel like Sawyer's starting to click into gear here. Jake's been down here every day in the lead up. They've been working together. One of the things that he sort of told us is that she's sort of struggled to get waves in the warm up. And I was thinking about it this morning. It was so packed out there. And I was thinking about, imagine a tennis court with 50 of the world's best tennis players all trying to warm up on the one court. That's almost what happens out here. So, you know, but she's starting to get some waves, starting to feel the break here and understand it. And Jake would have given her, you know, the tips this morning, I think, would have been, make sure you wait for the good sets. But I feel like all the women have been given the same bit of advice there. There's Jake on the screen now. Tommy Witts to his right. Gabe Garcia to his left. So, yeah, coach's corner down there will be focusing on that little zone through the week.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get a heat restart here. No waves ridden in the opening stages here. We saw a couple of medium-sized sets pass under the competitors, but I think that we want to give everyone the opportunity to tap into a couple of decent rides. So fresh clock, 35 minutes to go, and we've just gotten this one back underway. Caitlin Simmons, the world #1, out there in the yellow jersey. Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie, is in the blue, fighting for a victory to keep her spot on the CT. And the winner of the trials, Bronte McCauley, out there in the white, representing this region beautifully. As a championship tour surfer in the past, now as a campaigner on the Challenger Series, looking to get herself back to the main game.
Well, you sort of feel like there's still work to do on the tour for Bronte. You don't feel like she's, you know, had her career and is satisfied with it. She feels like she needs to come back and prove and sort of achieve the goals that she probably set herself as a young lady and as an aspiring pro. I just wanted to touch on too, they've gone that 10-minute sitting, and the body does start to seize up, especially in this cold wind when you're out there. So it's important to stay warm, try and stay limber. You can see they're all out there getting a bit jittery now, just trying to stay warm and, you know, under this situation.
Well, let's get a better idea of what that feels like to sit in this lineup for long periods of time without catching a wave. Poor Kipes out there on the ski, mate. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, we got that restart, right, Ron? And just to comment on that, we did see a couple waves break on the inside here that that were rideable and that were pretty scoreable. The judges deem a restart, so we got a new clock out there. But one thing that the surfers need to be aware of is that we got a little over an hour of tide continuing to rise. So more water on the reef over here is going to be a factor in where the waves are going to break, and the surfers may have to move a little bit further in on the reef. We'll see.
It's so interesting, isn't it, Kaipo? Because you got that gamble. Do you dart to the inside to get a medium-sized set and put yourself out of position for potentially one of the bigger waves of the day?
Yeah, that could happen. It's just how you play the game. But again, I'm watching, watching swells come through, and here goes another one. Just on the inside there. And
talk to us, Kipes, just about the weather out there at the moment. Is the water chilly? Is the wind cool? Because yesterday it was super warm.
Yeah, the water's nice, right? The water, if Fahrenheit, I got to give you in Fahrenheit, it's probably about 68, 69 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's nice and warm. The wind's got a little bit of bite to it. Coming off of the valley, it's a little bit brisker with the wind. And the wind also, Ron, does play into, the playing field. Getting into the waves, paddling into the waves, and actually performing on the waves, you're fighting against this brisk offshore wind.
Most definitely. And just quickly, Kaipo, obviously these long lulls give us an opportunity to take in the beauty of this place. The water clarity at the moment is just sensational. Seen any dolphins passing by out there? Anything to spot in the lineup?
It's really cool, right? Because I can see straight to the bottom wherever we go on this reef. And there's so many different shades of blue out here. You look on the oranges and the greens on the hilltops. I mean, It's dreamy Western Australia, absolutely beautiful, and every single day I'm amazed at how wonderful this place is.
Right there with you, and yeah, it's just you see everyone down here just lapping up the sunrises, the sunsets are sensational. Joe Tapel's here with his family at the moment. I saw them in the keyhole yesterday. His daughter Cozy swimming around in just the pristine water. It's a great place to visit, whether you're here for the surf or whether you just want to take in the absolute
beauty.
Yeah, the sensational kind of like really rare beauty too. It's sort of a very unique place as far as the biodiversity here. There's like a lot of plants that grow here that don't grow anywhere else. Definitely a lot of critters that are in this area, wildlife that you don't see anywhere else. Critters like obviously the kangaroos and the quokka, which is just an icon in this zone.
Yeah, and only out on Rottnest Island.
Yeah.
Well, you see the quokka, but an incredible stretch of coastline, even all the way up into the desert. And we won't name any of the spots that aren't a secret anymore, but there's a good view looking along the coastline there. So many different breaks and bomboras, beaches, you name it. Western Australia has it all. So the water temp, I feel like, is in Celsius, probably about 19, around that zone. We're out there in short arm steamer yesterday, and it was more than enough. I think spring suit, if the wind isn't up, is probably fine. But most of the competitors opting to have a bit of coverage on the arms and the legs just to stay warm. And the other thing too, with this strong offshore wind, this is a good shot of it actually, where you can see the ridges coming back out to sea, and that's what these competitors are going to have to deal with, and that's hard to like really get your rail set and your line set, especially off the bottom. And coming off the top, that smoothness, that flow, that transition, it's a really hard thing to connect when the wind's so strong like this.
Kaipo touched on it too. It was a good point. Sometimes, in a long lull, you'll get lured a little further out, and then that wind can really make it hard to scrap into a wave once it approaches this lineup. Still a little quiet out there at the moment. Yesterday, we had a sensational opening ceremony. Here's some highlights. Always a special experience when we come down here to Margaret River. The WSL acknowledges the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region. We want to thank them for welcoming us to their budja, their country, and we pay our respects to the Wadani community, their elders past and present. And we're definitely committed to learning about the local history and culture in this zone. Simon Suvic, I had a chat to him this morning. He's one of the great educators that comes and just shares stories with us, and they're just so incredible, really getting into the magic of the culture in this region. Definitely want to extend that acknowledgement to First Nations people who are joining us here at the event and also watching online. Definitely an area that we appreciate visiting each and every year. Already looking forward to coming back next year, Rich.
Yeah, but mate, we're going to suck the marrow out of it for the next 10 or 12 days at least. Forecast is looking, well, it's promising. It's up and down. There's no hiding that. We've got swell coming. Early next week is looking really good. We've got this bump today that'll taper off. And then at the back end, I think it's too far out. I mean, there's stuff there. It's too far out to say whether it's going to be big. But, I mean, we're at the bottom of Australia here, man, and that Indian Ocean can flare up at any time, and swell can just pump up here, and it's raw. This place is raw. It gets so big. I've seen Margaret's at 15, 20 feet, almost breaking across the channel over to the box there. It dishes up everything. Exactly. Yeah, we've seen that boat out in the lineup having to punch sets that are almost closing out between main break and the box before. There's so much great history at this venue, competitive history.
you know, famous years where, like you said, you know, the conditions really were Hawaii-like, and it's been a big shift from the left from way back in the day to the focus on the rights now, looking for those critical sections, those steeper walls, I think, and that big end section, which as a spectator doesn't get any better watching people attack that over the, you know, the dreaded brick section on the inside.
Yeah, it's really been a good spectator sport, and the athletes putting their bodies on the line. But, you know, when we used to pack a board bag to come to Margaret River, we'd pack one, maybe two short boards, and then it was all step-ups and guns, you know, up to 610s and 72s, because we just didn't know what we were going to be faced with. And boards were obviously a lot longer then. Shorter boards are much more rideable these days, with being able to sort of switch fins out, bigger fins for smaller boards. All that sort of stuff comes into play now. But just the surfers have learnt how to ride shorter equipment. And,
does it trip you out? Seeing some of the boards under people's arms?
Yeah, it does. It trips me out when I see these guys, you know, and it's and ladies, when it's, you know, 6 to 8 feet, and they're paddling out on 6.1s and 6.2s, and I'm going, how is that even possible? I don't fathom that. I can't get it around my head.
Well, that's some of the field.
Yeah. Well, some of them.
Caitlin Simmons, her boards are a lot smaller than that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's but yeah, this is just how the sport has evolved, and how these surfers have adapted to riding smaller boards, and the performances that we're getting delivered now because of it. You know, it's a pretty special time in our sport.
It sure is. 25 minutes to go here. Still no waves ridden for the surfers in Heat 3 of this opening round. Great to have the Wax Head with us over here in the West. How's the morning treating you, mate?
Fantastic. Talking about boards, Richie, I can really attest to that. This is somewhere, it's equivalent to Hawaii. Perth, 3-4 hour drive up there. It's like San Diego or the OC. And then you come down here, it's like in Haleiwa or Sunset. You need different types of foam distribution. We've seen that wide point push forward with Pizel Ghost model, thanks to John. But attributed to that is all the offshore reefs. So this is Southside next to Mainbreak. It's about a 2-minute paddle over to the south. And then we've got a series of 3 bommies further south as well. You need big boards out there generally. You can tow in them, but there's a huge paddle crew and a contingent that charge these waves regularly. You'll see them in the helmets and the full suits. And then, of course, the slab, the box, which is just over to my left here, a little bit further up the coast. And that there will come to life with double the swell of this. But Mainbreak's a spot that'll break almost every single day. A little bit more foam, a little extra weight for the average person. The best fin configuration out here, a thruster.
Love it, mate. Yeah, it's certainly definitely going to test the competitors with the smaller conditions today. And, you know, like you said, Rich, you know, it's a completely different looking board bag compared to what you used to travel with. Funny though, like in the heats, in the competition, while the boards have kind of come down in length, you go free surfing around those bommies that Matt was talking about. You go into those lineups with a 6.1, 6.3 or something, the locals will laugh at you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's you know, the board still needs an 8 in front of it when those bommies, and a 7 when those bobbies really start to flare up and get above 15 feet. And, you know, as Waxhead said, it really is Hawaii-style conditions. Once that swell does start to run in and kick, it's a unique place. There's Caroline Marks just preparing. And I always think it's interesting where these coaches sit. It's the same as Bells, same here. They get a little bit more down on eye level with these waves, and coach's corner, it's slightly elevated, but that gives them a perfect bird's eye view of what's happening with the conditions. They get the prep, but there'll be timing sets, and well, this one is one of the biggest lulls that we've seen in a while.
Here's a fun little bit of info for you, Rich.
What you got?
Each of the coaches working with the surfers out there in the lineup at the moment have won here at Mainbreak. Jake Patterson won the event as a QS back in '98. Tom Whitaker, 2008 QS champion, and Dave McCauley won it as a CT back in '89. So a lot of experience. There's D-Mac.
Oh man, he was such a gnarly competitor. Crazy. Our careers sort of crossed over. Dave was sort of getting off the tour as I was getting on, but man, he was just so tenacious, dogmatic, and he had this sort of rapid-fire approach. He was able to fit manoeuvres in, a space of 3 manoeuvres where other people could only do 2.
He's such a good competitor that he can actually beat the back wall in his garage with a tennis racket.
Yeah,
something
mad
that's very
tennis
hard.
player.
Yeah, he's Forrest Gump-like skills with the tennis racket. But yeah, he's definitely a handy figure to have in Bronte's corner for this event. And yeah, she just is looking really staunch at the moment. She looks so solid in that warm-up session this morning. You know, you talk about Sawyer Lindblad in the lead up to this event, just struggling to get waves out in this lineup. Bronte knows exactly what her place is in this lineup.
Yeah.
You know, and it doesn't matter how many people are out there, she's going to wrestle her way to the top of the peak, and she's going to call people off.
Yeah, there's definitely alphas within the pack of both the men and women's draw. Again, I keep sort of drawing on my own experiences. Those first few years on tour, you do scrap around underneath everyone, just trying to find a wave and get your place in the pack. And then the more established, veterans would just be sitting out there. I'd be waiting for the best ones, and that was just the order of things. They let you know pretty quick.
Here we go, a bit of movement in the lineup here as surfers scramble into position. We had a restart, almost 10 minutes wound off the clock here, even more. And we're going to see our first wave ridden, and it is the world #1. Getting into this one, Caitlin Simmers drives onto that open face and cuts a beautiful rail turn to get things started. You can see that wind howling strong as Katie looks to mix things up. And looking for the finish here on the inside. She finds it. It's a good start. All 3 surfers getting in the mix to kick this heat off finally. Nice swoop there from Bronte as she comes through to the inside. Just working it over. Now looking to line up a hit on the end section, but it's one of those ones that just gurgles out and doesn't really provide anything for her. But good to see all competitors getting in on the action there.
Yeah, good 3-wave set there. So all competitors getting an opportunity to open their account. And Katie on the first one surfed it very well. I was interested to see how they were going to handle that long wait. The body starting to seize up. It seems like all our women have just opened up quite strong. There's be some decent scores dropping in.
Yeah, that's impressive to me. To sit out there that long and then have good opportunity come your way, and none of these competitors were showing nerves, even with the pressure of the cut looming for Sawyer Lindblad. Katie Simmers just looked to tap right back into the form that saw her go all the way at Bells.
Yeah, beautiful opening carve, and then she adds a little bit of spice to that little layback carve on the last one. But watch this big first open face turn. Just holds that rail. Really difficult in these bumpy conditions. But staying nice and low. And this was Sawyer Lindblad behind her, streaking down the line here, just waiting for the moment where she can dig in, squares up off the bottom. Nice carving backhand turn. And the wave goes a little sleepy on her. And then here was Bronte just struggling to get into this one. Waiting patiently, jams it off the top. I was thinking here she might have been better off getting up on that lip and just doing a bit of a projection floater, and then maybe another little foam tap on the inside because she ran out of water in the end. But watch here, she squares up, gets that hit, and right here I would have loved to have seen her sort of get off the bottom just a bit quicker to get that second turn in. So perhaps a couple of points left on that wave.
Still waiting on the numbers to drop in, but Kaipo, we're finally underway here in Heat 3.
Talk about pressure, right, Ron? I was checking out the Apple Watch. We were down to about 20 seconds for potential second restart. That's when that set came through. Katie Simmers, she battled for that first wave of the set. She got the best of that exchange in my eyes. But now, really, when we're looking at it, it's hustle time for all 3 surfers. We're down to 17 minutes to get a second ride, and we'll see. This is going to be very competitive in this final 17 minutes. But Katie Simmers off to a nice start, and the patience, really, really commendable for Simmers, being patient out there, holding her position and then executing on the first wave of the set.
Yeah, the score's dropping in now. 6 for Caitlin Simmers, a 4.23 for Bronte McCauley. Sawyer Lindblad with a 4 for just that one strong turn. So it's a good edge there for Caitlin Simmers. And interesting, Rich, at Bells, there was a lot of talk about, you know, the first wave in the set, it doesn't really have it. Yet here at main break this morning, it seems like that first wave in the set, I don't know, there's not as much water drawn off the reef, so it gives you the opportunity to get that extra hit in. Both the second and third wave didn't do much once they got to that inside.
Well, the second and third wave, you saw for both the backside surfers, as they went and got their first turn done, that little slabbing section popped up and it broke really, really quickly. And that's why we have such a spread in these score lines, is that Katie got 3 completed turns done. That beautiful open face carve, another cutback, and then a little kind of layback hack on the inside, versus Sawyer and Bronte. They only got the one outside turn. Bronte's, she got the edge on Sawyer because she squared up a little bit, and by that I mean she got a little bit more vertical. Sawyer's board stayed somewhat horizontal through her carve off the top. So these are the things that the judges are really looking at, and that's why these scores are marginally different. But definitely Katie Simmers, she got the edge because she had the 3-turn combination.
World number 1 out in front, a strong opening ride. Sawyer Lindblad needs to get herself out of third position here. She's got priority at the moment. Back in just a second. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. Great to have your company on the opening day of competition here at stop number 5, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We're into the opening round for the women, heat 3 in the lineup. The world number 1 in that yellow jersey leading this heat. Bronte McCauley, the winner of the trials, in second spot at the moment. And Sawyer Lindblad, we know that she has a massive task ahead of her to keep her place on the CT. She's out there with priority. On her opening wave, she got one beautiful turn done, but that was it. So she seems to be in form. She's just got to connect with the quality set waves to overcome her rivals here and really narrow her focus in on a victory to even have a chance at staying on the CT.
Yeah, and that in itself can sort of be a release valve for your pressure, because you've got nothing to lose. And I think, you know, perhaps just reminding yourself every time you put the jersey on and you hit the water in this event, she should be saying to herself, I've got nothing to lose here. Do not hold back. Compete well and let your surfing do the talking. And many surfers have done it up against the wall that needed to win an event, to either make the tour or to stay on tour, and they've pulled it out time and time again, and perhaps it could be her time.
Yeah, she was impressive on the Challenger Series. Had a magic run. Getting a victory at the US Open and earning her place here. It was interesting though, there was a lot of talk about, you know, Bells being a crucial event to make a move, and Sawyer was able to rally and really just summon confidence from nowhere after a pretty tricky start to the year. But the pressure's just piled on even more here at stop number 5. Or it's back to the Challenger Series, so it's intense now.
Well,
it's real.
We've seen Isabella Nichols do it under pressure. She had to perform. Gabriella Bryan was another one who sort of, you know, was up against a do or die situation. She had to get the result. So it can be done, and I love the fact that we see people rise, and it actually, the pressure squeezes this performance out of them, and they actually start going, okay, maybe this is the way I need to compete in future, putting myself under this sort of pressure where I feel like it's a do or die moment.
Just over 10 minutes to go here. Caitlin Simmers, her run has been remarkable, Rich. Incredible story. Turning down a position on the CT after qualifying the first time round.
I can only think of one other surfer in history that has done that, and that was Taj Burrow. Qualified for the tour, said, no, I'm not ready yet. I'll just take another year. Easily qualified again, and her trajectory as a young surfer on the tour has been nothing short of phenomenal. And names that spring to my mind, a Kelly Slater, who came onto the tour, just started getting wins instantly, you know, got the world title straight away. Obviously Steph and Carissa as well are other notable names that kind of came on with a blast and really made a huge impact. But what she's done already in this short amount of time is setting her up to be one of the greats of our sport. And she's doing it in a way as a youngster that is very mature. And I feel like she's bringing a new style of surfing to the tour as well, as Kelly did, and changed the way. It often takes these people to come into the tour, shake it up a little bit, and obviously that creates a new norm, and all the women, even the experienced veterans, would be looking at her going, okay, how do I change my line a little bit and do some of the things that she's doing?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Definitely a game changer, and the performance at the Pipe Pro to kick off this season was amazing. We've spoken about it a lot, but you know, we should be bringing it up and celebrating it, because the sport's never going to be the same. The level has been lifted to a whole new place, and the impressive thing for me about Katie is just how well-rounded she is. You know, you put her on a right-hand point break, she doesn't look out of place at all, and she's looking for a backup number here to go with the 6. She had a very strong opening ride. Attacks the pocket. You can see that wins a factor as she chips away on the lip once again, driving up onto the foam.
Yes.
Great mix-up. Great mix-up of manoeuvres. Fantastic variety there, and even though the wave didn't have the same height, she still managed to get the 3 big moves in.
Oh, gee, she surfed that wave with so much maturity. Placed the turns where she needed to do it. Didn't overextend on any of them. Got the points on the board. Tommy Whitaker looks happy. Garth Tarlow next to him, been a fixture at O'Neill. A company for a lot of years. Always be breaking it down. So here's the replay. So it really had to stroke into it. Drops down in that little trough, taps that first turn. Comes around this section, tricky little section to navigate through there, but then finishes really strong with a big layback hack. So for me, it's that closing turn is where the majority of the points are going to come. You can see she just settled herself in that first moment, and she really started to dig in. Beautiful turn off the lip, doesn't overextend, keeps the board pointing down the line. You can see just had a little foot readjustment there. That front foot just came down. It was off the board, then she settled it again. Snap off the lip there. And there was a bit of a crease on the upper part of that wave where she could have got stuck, but she managed to get down it. Then this turn here really leans back into it, pivots around that back arm, gets a little bit of slide action. And beautiful finish. Rides out clean.
You watch the start of that ride. You know, the bottom turn for me is beautiful. There's some real commitment off the bottom. You know, when you watch that slow-mo replay, you can see those first 2 turns were a little disconnected.
Yep.
You know, she lost it a little bit off the front foot, managed to hang on, still moved a bit of water, so that, you know, it's hard for the judges to, they definitely pick up on that detail, but this is a different location to many of the other venues on the schedule. The action happens so far away, so, you know, to still tee off and get that water moving in that offshore breeze kind of adds to the size, but the judges are still aware that there's a loss of flow there, so the score doesn't go too big. But amazing that these competitors, you know, they're calculating where they're at halfway through their ride even. I think Katie goes, okay, you need a big finish here if you're going to save this score and make it count, and she did it. 5.57, healthy little backup number to go with the opening ride, and really now is looking pretty good at this point with conditions slowing up. She found that wave under priority, and she's in the driver's seat again here.
Well, her backup score is more than a point better than Bronte or Sawyer's, you know, single scoring ride. So she's out in front there. So she's really done well to put the 2 best scores on the board.
Dangerous day to pass up opportunities when you've got priority, isn't it?
100%. You could find yourself sitting out there waiting for something that perhaps won't come, and especially as Kaipo identified, we're still on a rising tide, and this break is really tricky because those takeoff spots move in and out, you know, 10, 15 metres. There's all these rock ledges out there, and depending on the swell size is where they're going to peak and break.
Yeah, Tom Whitaker, who's coaching Katie, one of the, you know, his trademark manoeuvres was to just sit and wait for the best waves, especially if he had tough opponents. And sometimes that can get into the head of a competitor a lot. Like for Sawyer Lindblad, I'm sure Jake Patterson saying, you know, to beat Katie, you're going to have to get yourself on the best waves. And that didn't look like one of the best waves.
No, it absolutely didn't. And I feel like Katie extracted almost every point that was on offer on that wave. As you said, the rails were, you know, a little untidy through some of those turns, and the judges gave it a 5.57. Perhaps it could have been a 6.5 if she had surfed it perfectly. But at this point in the game, a very smart move to take it.
And the point that I was going to make about Tom Whitaker is he would wait out there for an age. He'd have barnacles growing on him. He'd sit there still for so long. But he's obviously said to Katie, you know, don't finish the heat with a single ride. Like, get 2 scores. Like, just back it up. Because she acted pretty quickly on that. She was like, I'll go. Happily take this one.
Well, you saw how hard she had to scrap into it as well. So it did break on that inner shelf. So she really had to do the work to get onto it. A couple of lines approaching.
She's so savvy, you know, just sitting inside those competitors who were with priority over her in this lineup, and just forcing them to make a decision before she even makes a move.
Yeah.
You know, often the strongest surfer in the lineup will cause reactions from the rivals just based on their positioning.
Totally, absolutely. And again, you know, I think back to heats with Kelly and Andy and all those guys that you sort of went in and going, geez, I hope I win. Not confident that you might win, and they would be scrapping around on the inside. And you know they had the ability to turn, you know, a mediocre wave into a really, really good score, and that was intimidating in itself, and it got into your mind. And you know, it's a hard thing to block that out.
Now it feels like the smart play for Bronte almost, Rich, here is to try and consolidate second position.
Absolutely.
I mean, she doesn't need a huge score, but Sawyer only needs a 0.24 here.
Yeah, well, Sawyer may be stuck with priority, thinking, okay, I really do need to wait and find that bigger set, but with the conditions the way they are now, you know, it's an easing swell, and that's why we're seeing these longer lulls. But yeah, Bronte could, you know, if she can find an inside wave, that'll really put pressure.
Tough heat for a coach. Snake's probably about to shed his skin here.
He could indeed. You know, I actually think it's great that these guys sort of hang out together. Obviously, look, Tommy, myself, Jake, and Luke Hitchings, a few other fellas, we all travel together, you know. So
there's waves coming here because I heard Jake saying second one in the set maybe. But, like, you know, they ride these heats. Sometimes, you know, the anxiety of the heat is sort of really felt by the coaches. The surfers are in it, they're living it, they're in control of it. Let's see what Sawyer can do here. Uses her priority. Needs nothing to get herself ahead of Bronte here. She's already put herself up in a second spot, you'd think, but still after more. Clean combination. And she gets out of there. Pretty nice stuff. Is there another wave on the outside? There is. And Bronte get the opportunity to answer back. Nice hit. Critical. Tighten the pocket. Second turn doesn't quite tee off the way she would have liked, but she'll try and make up for it now with a nice sequence of turns on the end section here. As that wave bottoms out, Bronte finds some space and gets out of there.
Great exchange, and Sawyer and Bronte both getting waves there. They needed them, and this is going to be fun breaking it down. Some good surfing there, really good flow. Sawyer Lindblad connecting all her turns beautifully. Some good variety there. Bronte's wave perhaps a touch bigger.
Oh,
the
man.
manoeuvres.
So close.
Yeah, it's really, really tight. 30 seconds to go, so it's really, it's going to come down to these two scores.
Yeah, there's nothing in the spread on the opening exchange. Just 0.23 was the difference. So, you know, the strongest number here is likely going to take the victory.
I still feel like Katie's. Oh, hang on. This is a countered ride.
Wow, Sawyer Lindblad looking at the left. Swoops nicely. She's got a great forehand and she rips into it. And a nice section here, but she's going to take a fall. Jake.
He's about to rip the stairwell apart.
This is going to be really interesting where the numbers go. I like just the clean flow between Sawyer's turns. It's going to be interesting. She got a little bit further out on the face with her opening turn in the previous exchange. You know, Sawyer Lindblad had a couple of turns on that left, and that might just help improve on her opening ride.
Let's look at the split here. Both women jamming off the top. Beautiful spray. Well, Sawyer's wave, her turn was more acute. She got further round on the angles. Second turn, you can see Bronte cuts hers a little shorter. It's a bigger looking wave at this point. Sawyer's flow between that three-turn combination was much cleaner.
It felt like Bronte was leaning into that opening move a little harder though.
Yeah.
Deeper bottom turn. Bit
just unfortunately could not get up. That was potentially going to be a good score too.
Well, it still might improve on her four. It's a nice little two-turn combo, but had she got the third move in, she definitely improves on the four, and that just gives her a slightly better chance at potentially staying ahead of Bronte here. But we're waiting on the numbers to come through. Caitlin Simmers with a 6 and a 5.57. You'd think she's going to be okay.
I think she's done enough. She'll get the win. It's all going to come down to second place. Who's going to be under pressure and go to the elimination round?
You know, Bronte, she'd be feeling that the heat as much as Sawyer in wanting to chase down a big result here at home with this opportunity. They don't come around too often. So, you know, to be in a championship tour event, she'll want to get through to that third round, avoid the elimination round. But for Sawyer Lindblad, this is a big one.
Yeah, she needs this. This would be a huge result if she could just manage to find herself in second place here.
Well, both the competitors are chasing mid-range sevens to get ahead of Katie Simmers, and looking at the numbers rolling through at the moment, doesn't look like they're going to get that. So it's the battle for second spot between the two goofies.
Yeah, numbers starting to fall. Jake's breaking this down.
We knew it was going to be a close one, Rich. Just based on the approach from the two competitors. But it feels like Sawyer Lindblad, you know, her flow is going to be rewarded here. She's going to win the exchange. A 7 for Sawyer. And you can see how much it means to her. 6.73 for Bronte. Sawyer with another wave on the way, but it's not going to matter. She's going to avoid the elimination round here at stop number 5 in an event, Rich, where she needs to go all the way.
Yeah, this is just one little step on. There's one little rung on the ladder that she needs to climb to the top through this event. Let's listen in.
How'd you miss that one paddling back out?
It was bad anyways, it looked.
It went pretty quick, but
yeah,
it was like pretty big.
I know. I was like, should I go right now and waste my priority when no one was out there yet?
I know, but it was pretty... Anyway, well done.
Sawyer Lindblad survives the opening round. She's moving through to round 3. Caitlin Simmers, the world #1, an impressive start here at stop number 5. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Hydrolite, official oral hydration partner of WSL Australia. Welcome back to the show. What a show that last heat was. We had a restart and it finished with a great exchange. And we're looking for more big rides now from Caroline Marks, the reigning world champion, who's out there in the red, surfing against Gabriella Bryan, a former finalist here in the West, and India Robinson, who possesses a whole lot of power, the Victorian. She'll be in the white. This is going to be a great clash. Looking forward to it. But really important heat win for Caitlin Simmers, obviously wanting to maintain her position at the top of the ranks. But also, you've got to give props to Sawyer Lindblad, hanging on to her nerves and getting the jump on Bronte in that last heat.
Yeah, that was a really tricky heat. Only a couple of opportunities for each of the women to ride waves, and they capitalised. There really wasn't many mistakes made. It was just that Sawyer's performance on that second scoring ride where she connected those turns. We know that flow is a big thing and being able to make those combination of manoeuvres, and she kept her speed and flow and energy through those turns, and that was the thing that got her through.
A new heat, more big stories. Caroline Marks, she's been impressive in defending this world title, Rich. Brilliant to see her break through at the WSL finals at the end of last season. We talked about just the quality of her surfing and her chances of breaking through for a title at one point. It came earlier than what a lot of us thought, but you know, to make the final series at every event in trying to defend that world title is so impressive.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. She's well, you feel like when she got on the tour, she was a little girl, and now she's sort of, you know, got a more mature way of competing. The surfing has evolved as well. It's stronger, it's more powerful. Obviously working with Luke Egan the last couple of seasons, and she really has, you know, dominated a lot of the events over the past season.
Yeah, a couple of quarterfinal finishes this year, but a couple of semi-finals has her well positioned on the rankings at the moment, sitting 4th in that final 5 picture at this stage. And you just kind of know with Caroline, she catches fire at an event, she's going to be very difficult to beat. Unbelievable backhand. Still, I think the strongest on the women's tour. What are your thoughts?
In terms of backhand approach? Yeah, definitely. I just think when the wave allows it, she gets that very low bottom turn, top turn combination going. It's been, you know, it's been sort of compared to the great Mark Occhilupo even. So yeah, I'd have to.
Lupo, they call her.
Carol Lupo. So I'd have to agree with your sentiments there. I think, you know, anytime she's surfing a right-hander, she's a real threat.
Also won events on the forehand as well, so not a problem for her. And main break, you'd think, would suit her very well. Has that kind of very low sort of style, centered approach, so the wind won't really kind of nudge her off. Very sure-footed when it comes to those end sections too. She's a real favourite at this venue for me.
Yeah, definitely. I'm starting to, you know, we've talked about what her strengths are, but I start to think, you know, what could maybe be her kryptonite. And when I think of sort of Katie and her progressive approach, and even Lakey and all these, and Sally, all these girls that have women who have evolved and taken to the air. Caroline felt like I felt like she was working on that maybe a season or two ago, but that's dropped off. She's sort of stuck with a more power approach and evolving the sort of radical nature of that power approach rather than really focusing on the air game. Perhaps that could come into play.
Well, her coach Luke Egan, he was one of the most progressive power surfers that ever competed on the championship tour. So looking forward to that. 28 minutes to go here, still no waves ridden.
And there is, as you can see the women on our screen here, there's a number of boils out there.
Really clean, nice fireworks. The first one just got the job done, you know. Yeah. Hard to surf out there on that offshore. That second one did the section that disappeared.
There was a section that I was like, I was already bottom turning, so I was like, I'll just go through the
Anto. Wow, no elimination round. That's going to feel good. Better go and get cleans now.
Yeah, been enjoying listening to just those heat debriefs with our competitors and the coaches throughout the season. And Caitlin Simmers, you know, I feel like, you know, it might be something that she's kind of always done, but certainly doing a lot more of it these days. You can tell she's really engaged in just the competitive side and strategy in her heats this year, Rich.
Yeah, it was a little just whatevers last year and in years before that, and even event to event, you can feel like she's really starting to lean into that competitive side of it, and that's where that, you know, the coaches really help, especially someone who's so young with limited experience.
Yeah, and Tom Whittaker just touching on the fact that she's avoided the elimination round. She's had a couple of trips through that round, but managed to save herself through the season. But that was a strong effort, good decision making, great surfing, and obviously a big jump into the third round. Gabriella Bryan out there in the lineup at the moment. We talk about surfers who, you know, have gathered up the medal and survived stop number 5 to keep their place on the CT. She had a stunning run in 2022 at this venue, along with Isabella, to keep her place on the CT. Just has a great forehand approach, which, you know, I think her results this season, Rich, don't speak to the improvement in her surfing. I think she's one of the most improved surfers on the CT, but just hasn't had the big result to kind of speak to it.
I totally agree with you. And it was at this event, I think it was last year, when I really started to focus in on that big frontside carve, that hack that she has in her repertoire, and I went, this is something special. She's going to develop this, and she's going to be able to outpower a lot of the other women on the tour. Through the Hawaiian season, we saw it on display. A number of social clips dropped, and you know, I was just like, wow, she has developed this thing. Super strong.
Trending in the right direction with her results, but you know, no easy heats. It's obviously super compressed in the women's CT. We do know though that the quarterfinals on the women's CT, that they're not going to ensure you a place in the back half of the season or a place on this tour. You really need to break into the semis, and she's going to have to do that here, because already behind her on the rankings in 11th position, Lakey Peterson's made it through to round 3. So Lakey already adding numbers to her points tally for the season. Set waves approaching here, and surfers scrambling. It looks like Caroline Marks is positioned on the right side of the peak here, and just a little late to get into this first wave, but she still might have a positional edge over her rivals here when this next wave peaks up. Gabriella Bryan maybe thinking about swinging the pocket, and she does. Gets to her feet nicely, drives up into the first section, cuts it short just to set up a final turn. Arrived there late though, which made it really difficult to ride out.
Yeah, that was a tricky wave to ride. Gee, she did well to manage that late takeoff, get straight onto the bottom turn and up into that first hit, but then those rock ledges that just make this wave fold in on itself so unexpectedly. And that's what happened there. She was late to the second turn. Just couldn't manage to get up and project off the lip.
It's an ugly kind of section to try and read, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. We see here, that was that first wave of the set. You could see all those boils down in that area there, normally indicating the takeoff zone. So it takes off under the lip, manages to get straight onto that forehand bottom turn, cuts that first snap, and then just gets late, fully late to that section, and it just swatted her down.
Kaipo, a bit of hustle as that set approaches. All the surfers missing the first wave, which looked really nice, but Gabriella Bryan did well taking off in the whitewater to keep Caroline Marks at bay.
Yeah, that was wild, Ron. So what happened is everyone was inside. The set came through, two-wave set. Everyone kind of out of position for that first one. Gabby smartly, knowing that waves right now are a commodity, right? So there's not a lot of waves, wisely just spun around in the whitewater just to get something going. But it's tough out here. It looks like Caroline's in effect and up and down. So, gosh, this is a low-scoring heat so far. We'll see who's going to break away.
I want to get your thoughts, Kaipo. Obviously, you've been at every stop on the tour so far this season. Gabriella Bryan, couple of quarterfinals in the last two events, but we were touching on it. Just so improved in her surfing. Her clips have been amazing.
She's a power surfer, right? That front side hack that Gabby Bryan has is some of the best that we've seen, you know, in women's surfing. It's full on power. She puts a lot of torque into it, a little bit extra turn. So Gabby Bryan, a developing surfer, but always with a power base.
Yeah, we love to see it. Could serve her really well here at this event. It has in the past, and she is a competitor that's chasing a big result. It's remarkable to think that there's only 4 places left. 6 spots have been shored up, Rich. It's kind of scary for everyone outside of those 6 positions, isn't it?
The golden ticket. Not many seats left on the train. You better get on. And India Robertson. Well, she's been good. A little inconsistent over the last couple of seasons for me. But gee, she's got some really strong turns. And when I think about Margaret's and the conditions here, there are parallels that you can draw between Western Australia and Bells, the area. You know, the sort of texture of the water, the temperature of the water, the style of waves, so she'll feel comfortable here.
Yeah, India's had some hurdles to overcome, you know, away from competition the past couple of seasons. She was so impressive on the Challenger Series, breaking through for a CS victory last year. No easy feat. I mean, we've seen CT surfers get bumped back to the Challenger Series and then fail to re-qualify. It's not uncommon. So, you know, to get into that #1 spot and get herself back on the CT has been really impressive.
Patiently waiting, so she's with priority now, so she will wait for this next set to roll through and be mindful that that last set broke perhaps a little further out than where they were sitting. Always difficult when there's not a full pack in the lineup, you know, to find your spot. Go, am I in the right spot? But there's normally these boils and, you know, these, well, what they are is positions on the reef, big flat rocks, and you know, they sort of give you an indication of where you're supposed to be.
Just over 20 minutes to go. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Caitlin Simmers is with Stace.
No elimination round. Stoked.
It's a rare one.
Yeah, another rare one was nearly I'm going to say the longest heat in tour history. 30 seconds off a second restart. Insane.
Yeah, those type of heats always seem to chase me, but I don't know, we were kind of just all laughing out there. It was pretty fun, just like talking crap, but yeah, I was telling Sora she jinxed it because in the beginning she was like, oh, like good waves out here, and I was like, hopefully, and then midway, like almost to the second restart, we were like, I was like, this is your fault, Sawyer, like you jinxed it. But yeah, I don't know, maybe the wind just like flattened the ocean. It was pretty trippy. I've never had a heat that long, so it was, we were all saying that we felt super stiff on our first waves because we were just sitting for so long. I was like trying to stand on my board and like wiggle around, but yeah, that was interesting.
A slow heat for sure, but talk to us about the rest of the coastline here. You enjoying your time in West Oz?
Yeah, this is, yeah, it's a beautiful place. The wind is starting to get to me and the sun is pretty strong, but, and my skin is pretty like weak for that, but yeah, I've been having a good time. My brother's here, and yeah, we've just been trying to kind of get some fun little waves. There's a bunch of little novelty things around town, so yeah.
What surf movies have you been watching to get psyched? Do you just stick into West Oz classics, or do you look a bit more afield?
My phone doesn't really work. We don't have Wi-Fi at our place. We've kind of just been watching like Pawn Stars because it's on TV, so yeah.
Anything you wish you could buy?
No, I don't know. There's some weird stuff on that show, but it's just entertaining.
What are you doing for the rest of the weekend? Looks like maybe a few days off.
Probably just trying to get clips with Dan.
Stack them up. Good luck, Katie. Well done.
Cheers, Stace. Yeah, Katie, super composed there in that opening round heat. Looking strong. Just looking super at ease with that jersey and the attention. Love the way she navigates her post-heat interviews and, you know, just takes her time to answer her questions. As we get back to what's unfolded here in the last couple of minutes. A few waves ridden, Rich.
Yeah, Caroline Marks here really starts to wind up on the inside. Great three-turn combination on that one.
Just a quick pivot too under the, you know, priority of her rivals after falling a little earlier on, just going, you know what, I need to get a little number on the board here. We're kind of approaching the halfway mark.
Yeah, it's always important to stay with your competitors. You don't want to get left behind. That builds pressure if you don't have a score on the board. But she did well on that one. I did like at the start of that ride how she just, you know, it was a little sleepy. The wave sort of laid down a little bit. She got right back into the power source and then was able to time it perfectly through that inside. 3 strong turns. It'll be the best number of the heat so far.
Looks like there's some set waves rolling our way. Don't forget to download TrueSurf for free from the App Store or Google Play and tap WSL events to play the virtual Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Can compete in multiple divisions and win big. But yeah, on TrueSurf, Marg is one of my favourite destinations. Always a good swell lining up here. Get some big pits. Throw some huge airs on the end section. All the stuff that you see in the main event here. Seen some numbers trickle through here from the early stages of this heat. 3.17 for Gabriella Bryan. Caroline Marks a 4.67 on that little insider, and she's
sniffing around inside there.
She is. She's having a look at smaller waves, just looking to build some scores on the board without priority. India Robinson, we saw her take a fall on a good size set wave earlier on, Rich.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Off the first turn, she caught a rail. Big mistake. You can't, it's super hard to progress through a heat if you're going to make a mistake like that in these inconsistent conditions.
Ross Williams on screen there. Yeah, brother. And he is working with Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Got a solid stable. And yeah, she's been surfing so well this season. Looking forward to watching her in the next heat. She's going to be surfing against a couple of the tour's most successful campaigners. Tyler Wright, multiple world champion. Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the most winning surfers ever on the championship tour. So that'll be a fun heat for Betty Lou, who's actually outranking those two veterans at the moment. 15 minutes remaining here. India Robinson needs to make her next opportunity count. You look at her on the rankings, she is way down the line, currently sitting well outside the qualification mark. She's got to go all the way to have a chance at breaking through into the top 10. It was a disappointing showing for India down there at her home event, Bells Beach. We'll see if she can turn it around here in the next 14.5 minutes. Set waves approaching. Gabrielle O'Brien moving into position, having a look at the first one, but didn't really paddle for it, so she'll maintain that priority. But will she be out of position for this next wave?
Yep.
It looks like she will. She actually did lose priority there. So India Robinson has the priority. A shifty lineup at the moment.
Oh, that looked like a pretty good little right-hander that reeled off down the reef there. So all the women out of position. Missed opportunity there with 13, just under 14 minutes on the clock.
So that little shift up in the priority order there is going to really work for India.
Yeah, I was wondering whether the judges were actually going to take priority off Gabrielle O'Brien there, because she did make a motion for that wave. It was enough of a paddle for them to deem that she had a look at it and kept the other two competitors off. As a result, she's lost priority, gone down the priority order. So that's given a chance back to India Robinson here.
Yeah, and India at this point in time doesn't need a whole lot to get herself up into second position or maybe into the lead. Just over 13 minutes to go. Sally Fitzgibbons making her way down the famous stairs here at Main Break Margaret River. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Stay tuned. More action coming your way right after this. Margaret River is just a special zone. It has a different kind of energy. You feel it as soon as you enter the place. The town's buzzing. The surf, I think, is probably the big draw card.
Margaret River, it's one of the most amazing places in the world, and it's just the most extraordinary place to come.
The southwest of WA, we're living on a dream here. All the vineyards, the surf, the coastal, it's like no other place in the world.
It's good to be back. opening day of competition, and we have heats underway. The opening round has given us some thrilling finishes already. Some big exchanges in the dying stages, important heats with the cut looming. Just under 11 minutes to go in this one, and Gabriella Bryan wants to maintain pace with those other competitors already progressing through the elimination round. And at the moment, she's just looking for a wave to consolidate one of these top 2 spots. It's going to be another low number for her. It's actually dropped already. It's a 3.83. She's jumped up into first. India Robinson, Caroline Marks not far behind. So this heat is still anyone's with a big score. It can be turned on its head. India's got priority.
Yeah, well, I actually think it was a smart move for Gabriella Bryan to get that under priority there. Just put a number on the board, build some more pressure, try and just rattle India Robinson, who's yet to put anything really substantial on the board there. But there was a few mistakes on that wave, as we saw, but she still managed to get a 3.83 out of it. But she's going to need to back up.
Yeah, turning our attention to India here. Matt Janoski did the Oakberry surf conditions report earlier. He said, you know, you're likely only going to get a couple of opportunities with this long interval in the swell and the offshore winds, and you know you can't waste them. And India's going to be ruining the fall on a decent sized set wave and a wave that looked like it was probably offering up the most opportunity of any set wave that's come through in this heat.
Yeah.
So that one's sort of something that's, you know, she's going to have to overcome.
Falling off is just unforgivable today with these limited opportunities. So if she doesn't get through, that'll be point blank the mistake that cost her the heat. Of course, she'll if she does not progress or she gets through in 3rd position, she will go into the elimination round. 1st and 2nd going through.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, Rich, to, you know, just really sort of identify which competitors like repetition in heats. Obviously, the conditions kind of dictate how many waves you ride in a heat, but there is competitors that will take chances on medium-sized waves and throw everything at it, big individual turns, that progressive stuff, and try and turn in a number that way. But this is a day that, you know, the patient surfer who likes to backs themselves to be mistake-free can really set themselves up nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at the rhythm of the sets and the difference between, you know, the height of the sets as they're coming through, there's not a whole lot of difference. There's been 1 or 2 waves that have broken further out, which were clearly bigger. Here we go, Gabriella on the inside.
Moving with plenty of speed, just a transition hit to start things off, but does very well there to smash the end section, and that's going to get rid of the 3.17. So she's just building under priority here, and it's the application of pressure on her rivals here at the moment. Gabriella Bryan making some smart moves here in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, she's competing well, and you know, it's taking those opportunities on that inside, and India Robinson would not have looked at that wave with priority. It's only a surfer that didn't have priority where you would go, oh, okay, I'm going to scrap around and grab this thing, but she's turned it into a score. That final hit had a lot of muscle.
Just that situation where priority
can
freezes your competitors up and frees you up, if you will.
Bang, hits that final section. Geez, that was a strong turn. Very difficult wave to ride with these little cuppy sections. She gets that snap. Solid turn.
Yeah,
she's got the ability.
In the context of this heat, it's a decent turn, 5.27. Not even really like Gabriella Bryan's trademark move, is it? Just a good clout on the lip.
Yeah, full tomahawk hit that one, and looks like there's a couple of lines approaching here. Gabriella Bryan staying busy again. She wants to get rid of that low score. At 3.83, if she can get rid of that, then she'll be looking really good to progress through this heat. But it will be India Robinson now.
Big opportunity for India here to make up for the fall earlier on. Nice slice to get started. And really throws everything at it on that section, and adding some points here on the final tricky, just cupped out face. You can see how shallow it is, just stepping off the rocks there. But a good size set wave. You know, she was sort of forced to keep a down the line flow there. Wasn't able to fully commit to that first turn, but I think she'll still score pretty well here. She'll get herself back in this heat.
You can see shades of the power in this wave, though, that India Robinson has. So streaking down the line, you can see keeps the board moving down the line here for the second turn. And again, I thought she was going to lose it there. Did really well to put the pressure on the tail pad. Get all that back foot pressure and maintain control. Stood up well. But watch these sections, how they cup out. The second turn here carves nicely off the lip. It's quite a nice pivot. Building points. You can see, watch the nose of the board. It's still pointing down the face of the wave. Drops down that little section.
Sure.
Gee, she navigated that well.
So well.
And it's almost a go by feel situation here. Really up high, almost disconnected from the lip. The front foot, there was a little bit of airspace between the board and the front foot as she came down off that one. And she gets this little bonus snap on the end. So, you know, that was a really well-surfed wave.
The first section was so hard to read. It was getting away from her, and she did really well to pull out of that move when she did, just because she had to negotiate the cupping face, that tricky, steep, cupped-out face, and the second turn, fully committed, got the fin above the lip. A lot of speed, and she's dropped the best number of the heat, 6.17. And with 4 minutes to go now, the pressure's on Caroline
Isn't
Marks.
it weird how the pressure shift can happen in a heat like this? It only takes 1 or 2 waves, and then automatically the order has been shifted up. We've seen the lead change, and now Caroline, with 4 minutes to go, is under pressure of needing another wave.
And you just know at this point, India's saying, okay,
give me something
an average
on the inside, yeah.
Wave here. I don't need a lot to get rid of or to up the requirement for Caroline here.
Look, I think these are the days where you come in as a competitor and you're going, that was a scrappy heat. You probably didn't feel like you put your best performance out there. You probably didn't, you're far from satisfied with how the heats go, but it's a day where you've got to grind and find what you need to do to get through a heat.
Yeah, I'm still impressed with how India surfed that last wave. She never even got to set her rail. You know, the first section just didn't allow it. It was windy, it was cupped out, and it was super tricky, but the second turn committed, and she did well to add some extras. Now she's on the lookout for a decent backup. She happily takes this one, only dropping a 0.7. She would have done that already, and now she's able to rip into the pocket of this wave a couple of times. This heat's far from over, though. Not a lot separating these competitors, as the 2023 world champ goes on the lookout for a mid-range 2 here to get herself back up into a qualifying position. But keep in mind, India's got another score on the way, and here comes Gabrielle O'Brien. Every time she lays that board over, you can see the power that she possesses. And this wave, she's just doing what she can, grinding out a score here, trying to better a 3.83. Dog Marsh with a smile on his face.
Well, that's something you don't see every day. He's normally a very stern face.
You definitely see the smile every day, but sometimes not when he's watching the people that he coaches.
Well, he had a smile on his face last night when we bumped into him.
Oh, he sure did.
But
we're at the bottle shop.
Have a go at this. Look where Gabrielle O'Brien is. So she is right on the surgeon's table there. Completely dry dock. What an exchange. Still 2 minutes to go. If she guns it, she will still get out the back and get an opportunity. It's not a long paddle coming around off that right-hander.
The GWM 2-minute warning just signals that stressful time in the heat, and it is going to be stressful. It's so close, this one. As we see the replay of India Robinson looking for that backup score. Again, her second turn is the strongest one on the wave.
Yeah, I thought this was an interesting wave for Caroline. It almost felt a little bit forced to me. She's staying right up high on the wave, just forcing these backhand turns. She got a number of them done. Four manoeuvre combination, excuse me. But Gabrielle O'Brien, you can see, and it's a cuppier wave, and she's staying with the energy a little bit more. gets through this inside section, gets another hit, and then a little bonus sort of cut down at the end. Not much separating them. Tough one.
You'd think with the results for Gabriella Bryan, I know they haven't been awful, and she's, you know, in that sort of top 10 conversation above the cut line at the moment, but you would think that her confidence would be rattled, but the way she's surfing at the moment just sort of suggests that she's in a good place, just hasn't had the result this year. 35 seconds to go here. Numbers rolling through. This heat's not over. Caroline Marks.
This could be an important wave.
Could be a very important wave. Might still need a score here as she gets to work on the pocket of this one. So quick in just transitioning out of one turn into the next. Luke Egan gives it a kind golf clap.
What Caroline Marks does so well, as we see India Robinson just tidying up her last wave.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for the judges to do some work here before we find out who's going to be knocked into the elimination round here.
What I was going to say is I'm not sure if there's another woman on the tour who gets from the bottom to the top faster than Caroline does it. It's so quick, that bottom turn, top turn combination. She really took advantage of it on that last wave because it called for these tight, pockety little turns.
Yeah, 4.8 sees Caroline up into second position. And now India Robinson chasing a score and gets it. He's going to make the jump up into the first position with on the back of that 6.17. So she had a 4.2 on her last wave to get herself up there. And we still have a wave on the way for Caroline Marks, for Gabriella Bryan, excuse me. And that has just dropped through at a 5.63. So plenty happening.
And now we're waiting for Caroline's last wave.
Yep, Caroline's got another score on the way. So a flurry of action in the final stages there. Heat 4 and Gabriella Bryan's number rolling through 5.63. There's so much confusion on the face of the competitors at the moment.
I know.
Let's have a look at this last ride for Caroline, Rich.
Okay, so Caroline, another sort of mid-face, got stuck up in the first turn. The second one, a lot cleaner. Now she starts to get that flow and momentum through those final finishing turns. So that 3-turn combination towards the end. This was India's last wave, so she got stuck on that outside section. I don't feel like this wave's going to come into her scoreline.
Yeah. So, you know, we were waiting on a couple of numbers for each competitor in the final stages, and now those numbers are in. India did make a jump into first for a while, then she was overtaken by Gabriella Bryan, and now has been overtaken by Caroline Marks with her last number coming through. An extremely close heat, less than a point separating all three competitors.
Wow.
And India Robinson is going to have to fight her way through the elimination round to stay alive and keep her chances of staying on the tour alive as well. But impressive stuff from Gabriella Bryan.
That might be a record for how many times the lead actually changed in one heat.
Maybe.
That was incredible.
We're going to take a quick break, but stick around. Coming up next for the call will be Joe, Felicity and the Waxhead.
Always nice to kick off the event on the opening day of the waiting period here at the main break of Margaret River, which has had a lot of competitive history for decades here in 2024 for the championship tour for the men and women. Thanks for joining us, Joe Turpel, with local legend Felicity Palmatier, and welcoming in the Waxhead to the booth. Matt Janowski, how you doing?
Absolutely stoked to be here in the West. The diversity of the waves, the surfing, and everyone's really relaxed despite the cut looming. They're all happy to be here.
All happy to be here, Flick. It's been interesting just being on the right waves at the right time with the size of the swell we have today, but things got really exciting at the end of that last heat.
Yeah, because today it is a little bit on the smaller side. The waves sort of moving in on the shallower section of the reef. We've seen a few long lulls happening in these heats. We even saw a restart there, and things just coming down to the wire. That lead changing so much in that last heat between Gabriella, Caroline and India, and in the end Gabby and Caroline just getting the jump on India Robinson there. So super exciting, nail-biting stuff.
And pretty exciting heat just getting started. Two Aussie legends, Sally Fitzgibbons and Tyler Wright, taking on the youthful movement of Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Betty Lou getting started on her opener, setting up that rail on the wrapping cutback. Just a great accomplishment, getting the first wave off of two Aussie vets here at main break. Betty Lou throws down a whitewater snap. We'll try to show the judges she had the completion before she almost gets dry docked there. As we break down this heat, Betty Lou leading the charge as she's world number 5 into stop number 5 of the season. Tyler Wright, number 8 in the world. And Sally Fitzgibbons, 14th in the world. Interesting point, just having Tyler and Sally in a position where we're talking about the mid-season cut. They're definitely feeling the pressure at this event.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, we spoke about it in the morning show, but big one is Tyler, as we see a little bit of a tussle out the back, and it looks like Sally's going to pull the trigger.
Sally Fitzgibbons on the wind-up. Cool. Redirect right in the pocket. Timed that section well before it went completely flat, Waxhead.
Absolutely, and that's something that you see common here at Margie's. The wave changes right underneath you. You go off the bottom, the wave flattens, and you have to change your turn based on what's coming. And it happens in just a click of her fingers. And we watch this replay here. They're hustling on the outside section. Sally just getting a chin down to the board. Really wanted that one. And it was Betty got up nice and early. And here, just the whip it fast turn here. Sets it back, holding that rail into the pocket. And lining up this little inside track and a little 2-for-1 combo in the end. That one is going to be received well from the judges. And a completed wave to kick off this heat. And Flick.
Yeah, Sal out the back there. Second wave exchange that came through. That first turn there, I really liked it, but this wave just kind of running off into flat water here. We're coming up towards that high tide, and there's probably the most water you're going to see on the reef today. Is Sally just keeping super busy with that two little turn combo there.
Just that classic Sally Fitzgibbons style that we've been loving for so long in the competition here at Margaret River. Tyler Wright, an event champion here a few years back, 2-time world champ, just has to get out of there because she ran out of room. So coming down with her opener, she was going for the 3-peated bells this year, upset by wild card Ellie Harrison. So that kept her right in 8th position. Coming into stop number 5, ran into Tyler down at Gas Bay the other day. Didn't have surfboards with her. Had her wife and a fishing pole. They just were having a nice day at the beach. Looked real calm and comfortable here in the West. Here's Sally's wave, Flick.
Yes, Sally just keeping pretty busy here. Couple of nice carving maneuvers and then straight up onto the lip for the second one. I like this approach because she's probably, we'll just go back to Tyler here. I'll get back to that in a second. This is Tyler's opening wave. Bit of a loosey-goosey carve there for the first one. Backs it up for a second. The whole pace of this wave just looks slightly off, I think because of that first turn that she just kind of didn't connect probably the way she wanted to. But Sally, I love what she's doing. She's probably just registering, hey, things are really slow out here at the moment. We had a restart in Katie Simmers' heat, and then that last heat with Gabby, Caroline and India literally came down to that last exchange. So really noticing that and trying to get at least a backup on the board in these early stages of this heat.
Yeah, especially under priority as well. You cannot be fussy. If there's a wave out there in those opening minutes, you've got to build that heat total, because we've seen throughout the morning 15 to 18 minutes was the interval, but that's changed. It's been random, 1 wave, 2 waves, some 3 wave sets as well. So Sally watching the conditions and adapting nicely out to an early lead.
Sally Fitzgibbons and Tyler Wright. You got Tyler with 16 CT wins, Sally with 12. That's a total of 28 championship tour wins. When you add up all the events they've been in together, 225 championship tour events surfed in. Sally with more events competed in than Tyler, 122 in her career. 15 years on the championship tour for Sal. As we roll into this one with Tyler Wright on the pink Paizel surfboard. Looking strong on the carve.
Oh.
Nice whip in the pocket again. Great transition between turns and into the end section. Doesn't have much water between her fins and the bricks there, and she's able to pull off another nice finish. Looking confident and comfortable here at Main Break today.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. It'll be interesting to see the front-on angle from that first turn. That side angle, sometimes you just can't see quite how critical that first one was, but from the second turn onwards, I loved what I was seeing. And just to say, back to what you were saying, Joe, that pink Paizel board, be interesting to know if it's the similar boards that she had at Bells. I know Tyler sometimes likes to, once she has a board, she really sticks on it. And my takeaway from Bells was that whatever pink Paizel board she was on there looked really good. She just unfortunately came up against a really in-form Ellie Harrison. But that last wave from Tyler, I mean, she was looking in form there. She was looking really connected and carried a lot of speed through those carving maneuvers.
Yeah, and she is on the 5.8 high line, 24 litres, that Paizel model, looking super spicy. You see with that outline, she's more centered over her body a lot more. You see her driving through her, she's very connected to her board through her stance. Someone like Betty is a bit more whippet, and Sally need a slightly different style of board. We'll have to see what Betty's riding. It's either the Red Tiger or the Paizel Ghost as well. So here we go. It's just leaning into that turn and lining this one up. So I like that little delay, that little check just to set the fins and banking that one off. So really hard surf, challenging wave to surf. And she did really well. Good technique and really just putting the board in the power pocket. See if she waits for that, checks into this one. I like this next turn here. Just delays, sets that rail a little bit, and it just keeps it. There we go. That little check turn there. And then banking that one around all the way through and just releasing that in the pocket. Super technical at this wave. And that set her up for these 2 end section hits as well.
Nice read from Tyler Wright. Like you said, on the 5.8 high line, Betty Lou is on a Ghost. Just got confirmation from Paizel. Also a 5.8. As we see Tyler on her final section there. A lot of different looks at Main Break at different sizes, and that end section, one of the most difficult to work with on tour, no matter if it's 1 foot or double overhead. And Tyler's had a lot of experience working with it in her career to that big win, but also featured in several finals, including runner-up in the event last season to Carissa Moore. Scores drifting in from the start. Sally starts with a 4.5. Betty Lou's opener a 5.33. Tyler Wright start a 5.9. Second scoring ride in for Tyler Wright, a 5.17. Betty Lou a 4.10. Sally 4.3. So all in the same kind of mix, and Tyler on top. Betty Lou second. Sally Fitzgibbons down to third, needing a 4.94. And we know she's in a very tough position. We break down opening round heats every event, but this one just is so much different. If you are in third, you're going straight to the elimination round, and Sally Fitzgibbons can't afford to be in those sudden death matchups. Really focused on going all the way in this one.
Oh, she has to be, right? I mean, she's at the bottom end of those rankings right now, and she's sort of staring down the barrel of what I think is almost a win to keep this career alive right now and stay on tour and survive the cut. It's a really, really big feat, but and I've already said it this morning, but we saw Isabella Nichols do it a few years ago. She needed a win to keep her dream alive, and she got it. And if there's anyone that's going to be able to do that, it is Sal. I mean, we know how much of a competitor is, and you know, when her back's up against the wall, she's got so much experience out here. She surfed out here when it was a qualifying series event for years as well, made finals, won. Now, as it's become a championship tour event, she's been out here so many times. She's got the experience to do it. She's hungry as ever. And I feel like when she fell off tour last year and she went back on the Challenger Series, she sort of invigorated herself and found this new sort of energy. So I think she's got the experience, all the things are there. It's just today, when it is smaller though, it's just hard because sometimes you can't just let your surfing do the talking. A bit of heat IQ comes into play as well.
Good call, Flick. Betty Lou opening with a 5.33, getting position over the veterans. Now her second scoring right here at a 4.10 Waxhead.
Yeah, so that was just that single turn in the lip line and then banking that one off too. So the judges are looking for degree of difficulty today. Obviously speed, power and flow, but that goes all out the window if you're able to hit that lip line, that degree of difficulty. So 4.10 for that turn awarded because she's basically just attacked that section and it's all the wave gave her. So that's a fantastic backup, but chasing a 5.75, you'd have to think if a wave was to open up an end section for her, she'd get that score and some.
Here comes Tyler Wright, two-time world champ. Event winner just a few years back here in Margaret River, flowing into a couple of cutbacks, has the lip now to float. Out in front of the open face, little slash on a half-a-foot section, and she shuts it down. So looking engaged on all the points of this wave, even when the wave's not giving her too much help. Looking to improve on a 5.17 with that effort, Flick.
I think it's going to be touch and go there, whether she improves on that. It was a smaller wave again, and in my opinion, I actually don't think she will improve on that situation, but she's just giving the girls something to think about. There's a wave that came through. She's like, okay, let's roll the dice here. Let's break this one down. She just takes off here. Bit of a flatter, smaller section there, goes to that roundhouse cutback. Another carving maneuver here, but I mean, this work she gets done on the inside section here. It's so small, but it's so technical. Just even being able to keep the board moving with that much speed through such a tiny section it's not easy to do.
Yeah, and that's where that flow element comes in as well, linking the maneuvers with forward momentum. Something you really, I think Tyler's worked on over the years is definitely getting away from that layback and into a more conventional cutback situation where she's got hands like Shane Powell. But if you can think back to the Rip Curl team rider, Shane Powell, very Curran-esque as well. And I love what we're seeing from Tyler.
I love the Powley reference there as we see the carve from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Nice combination, and she'll step off. Now 19 years of age, still so young. We've seen so much of Betty Lou. Came on tour, fell off after the midseason cut, and now just 19. You realize how young she was when she qualified, winning in Haleiwa at the Challenger Series event, surfing in a completed season. Well, just about. She had to miss out on Tahiti last year because of her shoulder injury. Recovered through the off-season, was really focused on her recovery. As we see her paddling back out, what a start to the year she's had. Semi-final at Pipe, runner-up in her first CT final at Sunset Beach, quarterfinal in Portugal, and then got the equal ninth at Bells Beach. You can tell she's enjoying the tour these days. She's learned a lot in the last couple of years and a total threat for the world title this season.
Completely. I think she's also really starting to feel more comfortable on tour. And I think she's only, I'm going to say it, I feel like she's only a few events away from a win. It's right there. I mean, she almost had it at Sunset. Of course, she came up against a really informed Molly, but her surfing is there. You can see it. She's tenacious. And, I mean, the scores are showing it now this morning.
Last score for Betty Lou, a 7. And that going on with her 5.33. She's out in front again. Tyler Wright in second now. Lean back on that wrapping turn, and she's starting to chase a section. Throws down the slashing cutback and goes over the top for the finish. Speed run for Betty Lou on this wall, up and out. So Tyler chasing a 6.44 to get her lead back. Fitzgibbons still third with priority, needing a 6.57 now with Betty Lou's improvement. 18 minutes on the clock. Tyler really calculated with her maneuver choice as the wave changed shape from her takeoff all the way to the finish once again, Waxhead.
Yeah, obviously the consummate professional. But one thing I want to note about Betty before Flick, you said she's really growing her position on tour, feeling very confident. She paddled straight back out and baited Tyler into this wave, which is obviously a fantastic wave, but under priority. And leaning back into that turn, so some variety in the combo here. and then a more conventional snap and sets her up for that end section, and she rides out as well. So just ticking the boxes for the judges right now. And this is Betty's wave, so a little power hack there, and hammers that one over the roof as well. So she's paddled straight back out, third priority. The two veterans are out there in the water. She turned, she wanted that wave. And if that's not showing that air of confidence that she's carrying, she's currently the heat leader as well. So she's feeling it. She's made the cut, and she wants that. Maybe that victory will come sooner than you think.
That's right. 17 minutes on the clock. Kaipo really enjoyed that flurry of action. What did it look like from the water?
Yeah, it was just right now, Joe, we're seeing a flurry of action, right? So we went through a kind of a lull phase right now, just coming in with the Oakberry surf conditions update. We're looking at 4 to 6 foot faces. We have a lighter offshore wind, about 7 miles per hour, and we've passed that high tide mark. So passing that high tide mark, I feel that the consistency, we're gonna see a little bit more consistency in the surf. We've been seeing some flurries of waves, and it's a welcome sight. Another welcome sight, the sun is out and shining. Love that.
We absolutely love that. Thank you, Kaipo. Great update. Yeah, the sun's been out ever since we got here when we arrived from Bells. Just incredibly warm conditions up and down this beautiful coastline. Yeah, start off a little bit more chilly this morning with that nice solid offshore breeze, and things are heating up. Conditions look absolutely gorgeous. I mean, look at that watercolor. No filter needed when you're posting your selfies out here.
Oh, stunning. Look at every shade of blue the eye can see. It's just, you can really get a good grasp on what the reef looks like, and the channel there, the big channel. You can see the fisheries boat parked out in there. Not many, it has to be really, really big for waves to break out in that channel. But yeah, beautiful day in Western Australia, and I think we're in for a really beautiful week.
Massive week, massive heat win in the previous matchup. Gabby Bryans with Stace.
Gabriella, bit of deja vu.
Yep, here I am again, right on the cut, but we're keeping the vibes positive and yeah, just enjoying the moment, I guess. It sounds pretty like cliche, but I think it's the only thing you can really do in this type of situation. I know that my surfing has what it takes out here. I love it here, so yeah, just here I am.
You certainly do love it here. You came over here quickly after Bells. You've been enjoying your time?
It's been so good. It's been sunny, warm, fun waves. And yeah, I got to celebrate my birthday here with a good crew. So lots of good things happening and just yeah, having a great time.
Some fond memories of this place. What's it going to take this year to maybe even go one better?
Oh, that would be a dream to go one better. I mean, me personally, I think my surfing really suits this wave. I just love big, powerful rights. So it's just like made for me in a sense. It's close to sunset, and I'm just gonna stick to my surfing and just stay confident in myself and not really worry about too many other things or people, and yeah, let's take it one further.
I've always thought your equipment looks really good in these types of conditions. You've got some pretty good role models to lean on there, riding something pretty similar to what Carissa would ride. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, Matt has been working with him has been the biggest blessing, and I'm super grateful to have his support. And yeah, me and Riss, I think we ride pretty much identical, and when she was traveling, we're like, oh, always if one of our boards didn't make it, we knew who to call. So yeah, I miss you, Riss.
I'm sure a lot of other people back home in Hawaii are tuning in. Did you want to say hello?
Yeah, my dad's probably watching, and Gavin and Serena. I miss you guys so much and love you.
Well done, Gabby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. Gabriella Bryan being super jovial and kind of laughing at her situation, coming back here to Margaret River, knowing what she's been through in a couple of seasons where she has provided brilliance under pressure to keep her spot on tour, doing a great job in that heat because she had the reigning world champ and also India Robinson, all three with 10+ totals. Gabby just a bit better to get the win to go straight into the round of 16. We're going to take a quick break. Betty Lou leading over the Aussie vets. We'll finish out heat number 5 right after this. Welcome back to opening day of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, the 5th stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour. A lot of great fans come here each and every year to celebrate pro surfing. They watch the warm-ups, they go to the vendor village, and they get to see the presentations go down. They've had some great reasons to celebrate over the years, especially a couple years back when Jack Robinson took out the big win over John Florence. That was a big one for Flick's hometown. And for Jack, he looks really comfortable. He had some great stories to share with Bronte McCauley and also Jacob Wilcox on the press conference, remembering when they would just be roaming around these rocks looking for insects, just being kids. Wilcox was just laughing, going, those are my early memories, maybe even more than the waves itself, just being with your best friends on these beautiful beaches and just dreaming of their position that they're in today. As we dive back into heat number 5 of the opening round. So it's time for a heat check with Sally Fitzgibbons holding down priority. You can see that she's been nice and selective in the 4-point range. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, top score, a 7, leading the charge. As Sally's up now, looking for a 7.33 to move into the top 2. Laying down that rail in the open face. Sally's last score, just the .77. And this one going to be much better, as she's hoping for a jump into the top 2. 9:45 on the clock. Last score for Tyler Wright was the 5.93, which was her best, or is her best so far. A pretty wild heat when you've got 2 previous event champions and all the experience from the Australians, and then the rhythm of Betty Lou this year, her best of her career so far, Waxa.
Yeah, absolutely. With that confidence rolling from event to event. But you see Sally, she's good for a quarterfinal or semi-finish here in her career. 8 times she's made it to those rounds. But she's up against a different type of opponent in Betty Lou. Somebody who's feeling comfortable at places like Halle-Eva. There's a lot of comparisons that we can draw from main break to Halle-Eva, dating back to the 70s. Surfers like Ian Cairns training here to get that Hawaiian experience. At this size, it just feels like a standard day at Rockies or Halle-Eva, where Sally from South Coast, New South Wales, actually not too different to the setups that we have here in Margaret's as well. She's always got a smile on her face. She loves this region. But yeah, raging hot Betty and Tyler Wright, veteran now, somebody that we can really attribute bringing a power attack to conventional shortboard surfing on the women's side of the draw for the last decade. And yeah, this is a hot heat. There's going to be another set towards the end of this, and I look forward to seeing which way these scores go.
Catching up with Ross Williams this morning, and I just asked him, hey, what's the big change in your mind from what we saw from Betty Lou as her rookie year? I remember how emotional this event was for her back when she fell off tour, got a 17th, and it felt like a sentence back to the Challenger Series, but she learned so much. She was just a kid, you know, being in the spotlight and trying to learn a lot on the fly. Ross just said she's definitely gaining a lot of maturity, competing better. They've also been working on her technique. She's getting better there as well, as we watch Sally snap off the top and comboing it up on the left, which always gets Flick excited.
Another left.
Another left on the board today.
Oh, woohoo!
And we'll see what Sally's thinking there. Previous wave for Fitzgibbons, 5.8. Chasing a 6.03 with that combination.
Well, I think she had a good read on that left for what the wave offered. I mean, you can kind of see she cut that first turn a bit short because she knew that section was really standing up. She's like, hang on a sec, I need to get 2 turns here. I'm going to pull this one short, this first one, and then really load up the bottom and get that beautiful critical turn at the end there, which she did. We saw Lakey this morning get a 6 for 2 turns on her backhand on a left. However, I think Lakey's was a bit more critical. Lakey was able to ditch the fins a bit more. As we look at Sally's incredible career at Margaret River there on the screen, it's just insane. Just the consistency there is incredible.
One of the most consistent surfers we've ever seen on tour. Remember that quarterfinal hot streak she had for years after years, about 45, if I'm not mistaken, 45, 46-ish?
Crazy.
It was unbelievable. Just every time she competed, you'd see her on finals day. As we look back at the left, Wax said.
Yeah, so exactly what Flick was saying. You've got to cut that first section first, especially on your backside, because it comes, although it's considered a pretty slopey and, for a better word, a fat left, it forces you to go vertical on that section, because you draw out that first turn, a little check turn, come off the bottom, and all of a sudden it ledges up on you, which is why we saw Lakey get that score earlier in the day. Add the drama of the wind as well, lifting your board up a little bit coming down. So there is still scoring potential on the left. A 5.77 for Sally on that last wave, showing that for a backup it is possible, but still chasing that 6.03.
Which she came close. I mean, 5.77. I mean, it's only a few, you know, super close to that 6-point ride.
It's just so hard to max that extra point on that left. You know, it doesn't offer anything further down the line. So
yeah.
Well, you'll find it being a good.
I think just today, and the reason why it is shutting down like that, I mean, the left usually is a slopier wave, and unless there's more west in the swell. But today, because it's so small, all the sets are breaking in and like further in on the reef, right? So even the rights, we've seen it too, they're all running off. And the women are getting up to that last turn really late. It's like a really bowly, sucky out section. Whereas when it gets a bit bigger, the wave moves further out and it's going to be more stretched out. You're going to be able to see more manoeuvres on the waves. Whereas today, it's really just
condensed.
Yeah, on that really shallow section on the end there, both on the left and the right.
What an evolution of the criteria that we've had at this event, you know, going back to the early events in the 80s to seeing what we have today. When you talk about number of turns, I mean, that certainly was a really big deal back in the day, Waxen.
Absolutely. It was carrying on from the 70s, where it was points per turn, basically. That's where the old 3 to the beach statement came from. If you're on a beach break, you do 3 turns, you're doing well. If you do 5 or 6, I mean, still to this day in your local board riders contest, if you're doing 6 turns, you're winning. And of course, someone who knows about that has been right through the different criteria is Kelly Slater. And speaking to Nathan Hedge the other day, who was somebody who's competed here on these lefts, and just alluding to the transition of that criteria as well, where you had to bring your legs with you at this place. You know, it was the energy of the current, the foamy white water off the bottom turn. You really had to set your rail, and if you needed to click 3, 4, 5, 6 turns in this place, you'll be exhausted afterwards. The right, much easier, especially with jet ski assist.
So many great stories of the event here. There's always that one about Tom Curran where he took a left and disappeared into the river mouth.
Yeah.
Remember that story?
I mean, people talk about it all day long at the pub still, you know.
The big year in 1990, perhaps, where it was huge, like 12-foot plus, and some of them are riding like probably mid-8s, like 8.2s, 8.6s and stuff. And there's footage on YouTube. Go check it out, the 1990 Margaret River Pro. You can find it out, and you see surfers like Poto absolutely shredding. There was Tommy Carroll going absolutely ham as well, hooking under the lip, and sick. I mean, this is a testing ground for Australian surfing. There's arguably more surfers from overseas surf the Margaret River region than surfers from the East Coast, because it's so intimidating. A lot of them will go to Bali, or they'll go on a trip to Fiji rather than testing themselves over here. It is really like Australia's Hawaii.
And Flick just keeps it quiet too. She's like, carry on, head over to Bali, nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here, folks, nothing to see. No, we were really lucky here, and I think that's why generally, you know, so many West Aussies on tour just naturally do so well in Hawaii. People, you just mentioned it, Waxhead, but it really does match power for power here. We've got so many consequential waves from slabbing reef breaks. You go further down south to your Denmark Walpole area and you're getting these slabby tow waves. We've got big outside reefs that you can go test yourself. You can take your big board out there, your 8.0, your 10.0. You can stroke into a few really big waves. If you really want it and you're keen enough, they're available there. I mean, I think about people like Jake Patterson always talking about the likeliness between yelling up Main Break and Sunset, and just like the big open ocean out there, and how, you know, lots of time at yelling up Main Break helped him at Sunset. Wow. And so there's just so many, so many places that are similar here to Hawaii, and you get a lot of West Aussies doing well over there because of it.
How many places in the world can you have deep water rhino chaser, 10-foot plus in your car, a slab board, and say a high-performance shortboard? There's not many spots in the world, and that's on most given days, right? With the swell, it's an amazing spot. 130 kilometers of coastline here, and I mean, they say 70 breaks. I reckon there's more, especially if you have a jet ski as well. But I mean, yeah, you need your support crew, or you just need a lot of courage.
Minute 30 on the clock here as we check out the recap of heat number 5 in this opening round of competition. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson on the Paizel surfboard in back-to-back events. Looked great on this equipment at Sunset as well. Having a blast, 5.33 and also a 7-point ride. Has priority and the lead heading into the final minute.
Yeah, she's done so well out here. I mean, my favourite, this 7-point ride where she was really able to just get this big 2-turn combo in straight up into the lip on the second turn there, and judges absolutely loved it. Tyler's out there, she's in second, and she's locked in a couple of high 5s, almost 6s here, and she's looking in form. She's keeping Sally Fitzgibbons out of that second spot at the moment. But yeah, she's left Sal out there at the moment in third, chasing a 6.03. So 43 seconds on the clock, and Sal's in third priority right now, so it ain't looking good.
35 seconds to go. Earlier, Paizel told me that Betty Lou was on a 5.8. Well, he thought so, but he got information from his Australian team that she's on a 5.6.5.
Oh.
So it's kind of nice when you've got a big company to work with. They've got shapers all around the world globally, and can even surprise Paizel himself right before she paddles out and riding a little bit more compact equipment for the conditions that we have for today. And it's looking great, that 5.6.5 with the flow to the rhythm, the 7-point ride, and now the heat win in the opening round over the Aussie vets. Tyler Wright staying in second. Remember, she's world number 8, still looking to make the cut officially. We only have 4 spots left for the women in that top 10 to move on for the rest of the season. And Sally Fitzgibbons will be under pressure in the elimination round. Needs to win heat. She's behind the cut. And we'll see how the veteran does throughout this event. But great job to Betty Lou. Ross Williams told me she always is confident. It's just a matter of putting her headspace in the right frame to take down big heat wins, make great decisions. And she certainly made a lot of improvements in the last couple of years. Betty Lou taking the win, moving on into the round of 16. Up next, it'll be Brisa Hennessy taking on Tatiana Weston-Webb and Isabella Nichols. We'll be right back. Welcome to the Pulse, showing you the major highlights of the day. Starting things off with Molly Picklum in a heat with Alyssa Spencer and Luana Silva. Alyssa Spencer, the rookie on tour, behind the cut line, looks so smooth in her flow and rhythm, getting a 6.33. Picklum got this wave, a 6.5, and she also identified the left at main break to get a nice backup score before 8.3. Coach Crow said, hey, look at everything in these slower conditions, and Lakey looked at the left as well and got a keeper at a 6.0. Peterson and Sophie McCulloch advancing in heat number 2 today, and that was a big one because Joanna Fay was left out. She's world number 2, sent to the elimination round. McCulloch 5.67 under pressure of the cut. Peterson in that same situation. And then we got to see world number 1. This was a wild heat, almost had 2 restarts. Katie said she felt a little bit stiff on her first wave, but looked free enough for a solid score of a 6-point ride. Then to a 5.57. And the back end of the rookie Sawyer Lindblad opened up with some big turns, a 4 and a 7 as her top two, and local legend, longtime tour standout, trials winner Bronte McCauley, still with a 6.73, looked great, 10.96 combined total, but that was for a third place result. Sawyer elated and getting a high five from her coach, a local legend, a longtime touring professional with wins at Pipe, Sunset, Jeffreys Bay, Jake the Snake Patterson. Reminds you of the fun of the Dream Tour, but also the challenge. Reminding his athletes they've got the best job in the world. As we transition back into the opening round, heat number 6, Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy. Enjoying her time early in the water here with 2 past champions of the Margaret River Pro. Tatiana Weston Webb going up and down. And the third surfer in the matchup, Isabella Nichols from the Sunshine Coast. Had the best day of her career and the worst day here at Stop 5. Last year was unfortunately the worst day when she got sent to the Challenger Series. Year before, though, she won her first CT event and kept the dream alive. I think we've learned a lot in the last few years about this Challenger Series. We've had it now 3 years in a row with this cut at Margaret River. And I think it had this crazy feeling of doom associated with it, because I don't think anyone really experienced what the Challenger Series was all about. And you have a wave like Snapper Rocks, these world-class waves that have been on the CT for 20 years, where it's actually a really incredible tour as well, where it's not all over. Bella went through that system last year to get her spot back on tour, and this is how she opened up the heat wax set.
Yeah, so obviously no stranger to this spot, having to survive the cut by taking the win in 22, and it was Brisa who actually knocked out Bella last year as well. So some friendly rivalry there, and there's just off to a quick start for Brisa, similar to Tyler, just keeping the turns tight in the pocket. But we know what we're going to expect from Tatiana. The only goof footer in this heat, as you said earlier, Flick, in the morning show as well. Being able to go up and over those sections sometimes is an advantage on a tight wave like this.
Yeah, and the point of difference in this heat too, obviously the only goofy, I think you just got the ability to really pivot in the pocket, and especially on this right today, it has the tendency, well today it's running off because it's smaller, right? So it's moved further in on the reef. It's just, it's interesting. I mean, obviously all these girls are registering that, hey, it's really slow out here right now. Like, let's make any wave that's coming through, they're taking the opportunity. Tati obviously going for that big turn on her opening wave, but falling off. But you can see the intentions there. She wants to go big.
Fun heats throughout the day. Opening round heat number 6, the last for the opening round for the women. We've had some fun waves. Flick, are you feeling good about the rest of the day? I mean, we've got plenty of time in this waiting period.
We've got plenty of time in the waiting period. I think obviously we've seen it already this morning. It is quite slow out there. Good news is it's getting a little bit smaller after this, so maybe a few potential fun days for us to go surfing. But then, you know, good thing, Monday, Tuesday, we've got a fresh southwest swell on the way, and a bit of a bigger period as well. Some offshore winds, and I think we could have a couple of good mornings in a row there.
Messages coming in right now as we speak on the event thread, and this will be the last heat of the day. Next call tomorrow at 7 a.m. So Renato Hickel, Jesse Miley-Dyer from the commissioner's office, working with head judge, surfers reps. They're going to actually call it off after this heat and check back in tomorrow morning to potentially get started with either the elimination round for the women or the opening round for the men. Baron Mamiya, Imai Kalani-Duvall, Eli Hanneman were on standby, and they'll take the rest of the day off, Waxit.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise because it started to get consistent in that last half an hour. Sun's risen, tides topped out, but there were some challenging heats earlier. The surfers still put on a fantastic show as well, and just given that the jet ski assist isn't required today, the paddle back out has actually aided the surfers quite a lot. So you can get back out there with a minute or two to get another wave, which has been able to keep it a fair competition. And we've seen lots of good waves so far, but just lacking those excellent scores.
So Brisa Hennessy with her 4.17 What a year it's been for Brisa. Really strong. I think she got even more powerful, made some serious improvements, even going through some ups and downs with her health last season, and finding just such a competitive fire this year that feels renewed, feels refreshed, like she's just enjoying her job more than she ever has. Then burst her eardrum in Portugal, came back even stronger. She's so resilient. That's what she's definitely shown us this season.
I think definitely I've got to echo everything you just said. I think, you know, she had took that year off last year, and, you know, obviously going through her own health battles and figuring things out. But one thing that does give you is perspective, and in my opinion, she's one of the most beautiful, heartwarming people. When you bump into her in the morning, she's always just got the biggest smile on her face. Doesn't matter what the conditions are like, what's going on in the contest. She's just got a great outlook on life and great support people around her, family, her mum, her dad, all here as well. And I just feel like it's given her a great perspective. She's come back this year fully renewed with, hey, you know, like, competitive surfing is amazing and I absolutely love it, but it's not the be all and end all. And I feel like it's just shining through in her surfing. And I mean, we saw her at the beginning of the year. She's already had a couple of good results. She looked amazing at Sunset. She's obviously had an event, her first ever event win out there. Came to Bells, she was looking really connected too. She, in my opinion, just had a beautiful pace. The pace of her surfing really suited Bells, and now she's come here to Margaret River, where I also think that this wave sort of suits her surfing. Big, powerful right-handers, and yeah, her strength, in my eyes, is her big power turn on her forehand.
It's just so cool also to have Costa Rica representation on the championship tour. Pura Vida, I think, brought to the world in Endless Summer too. You know, with Pat O'Connell and Robert Wingnut Weaver, and that blew my mind. I booked a trip as soon as I could. That was one of my first trips overseas to go visit Witches Rock and Ollie's Point from those movies made by Bruce Brown. And where Brisa Hennessy grew up, it's actually on a different side of Costa Rica than those waves I just mentioned. A couple of right points, closer to that famous left called Pavones. So much great history there, especially in surf movies.
Yeah, absolutely. All sorts of boards too. There's a famous Thomas Campbell film, Sprout, Rob Machado, Joel Tudor, and Skip Fry trading waves on all sorts of boards, short boards, fishers, mid-lengths, gliders, and that's the type of vibe when you think of Costa Rica, but also spending a lot of time at Cloudbreak as well for Brisa. So when you know lefts are firing, you know those reefs are on the schedule, you know that Brisa's going to be there, whether it's a short power punching right or a big drawn out left reef, she's got all bases covered.
Great parents, Mike and Katie. The way the story goes, I believe, when they met each other in Hawaii, you know, Mike, a professional fisherman, a captain, met Katie, and he's like, hey, I really have this dream of going to Costa Rica. You want to go? She was like, yep. And that was it. They just moved there, started a life in the jungle, basically. No technology. Brisa didn't grow up on phones and just got to surf. There's waves out in front, a very simple lifestyle, and they ended up having a daughter that became a world-class surfer really quickly. Developed her competitive career really in Hawaii when they moved over to Oahu, and she got some great coaching from legends like Kahea Hart, pushed herself in bigger surf, and now really craves those bigger days like you guys do. What a journey it's been for Brisa. At the moment, third priority, 417 to kick things off. The thing is, the two surfers in the water with her are champions here in Margaret River main break. We mentioned Bella's moment earlier in the piece where she had to win this event to stay on tour. She did that, but for Tatiana Weston Webb, it's been a great journey as well in the West. She had an instant connection to this type of wave. She loves that backhand approach on the main break, right? And you can speak to that, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I think this type of wave really does suit Tachi. I mean, I've done a few trips with her in the past, and I just know ever since she came on to the tour, she's the kind of girl that as soon as it gets big, she sort of rubs her hands together and she's like, right, this is in my wheelhouse. I'm the kind of person that is like a bull at a gate. If there's a big set approaching, she's getting excited. You know, she's not going to sort of be like, oh, you know, do those nervous paddles. Oh, whoopsies, I missed that one. She's going. She's putting her head down on the board and she's going to go hard. And, you know, even when that big, scary section presents itself, like it does here a lot on the right at Margaret River or even on the left, she's going to go straight up into the lip and it's going to be hectic.
21:50 on the clock. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson just took a big win. She's with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Sakura, great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy to be back here.
Talk to me about your equipment this year. It's been awesome to see you play the field.
Yeah, just definitely playing the field, trying as much as I can and trying to just take out whatever feels best. And yeah, today we took out a board that you brought over 2 nights ago for me, so thank you very much. Yeah, it's a Pizel 5.6 Ghost model, and yeah, it just feels great.
John obviously doing great work with John Florence. All these waves that suit the board so well. Was that an easy decision for you?
Kind of was. I mean, but John's an incredible surfer. But yes, I do look up to him, and to just have a feel of what he's riding is incredible. And yeah, maybe we can try surf like him.
Don't we all? Talk to me about that heat. A couple of huge names on paper. The ratings look a little different this year to what we're used to seeing on the Women's World Tour. Talk to me about how you feel with this new level of confidence that you're bringing to the tour.
Yes, I mean, it's different from my past years, for sure. But yeah, Tyler and Sally, they're great competitors. They're veterans. They've been doing this for years, and this is my 3rd year on the tour. So yeah, just been learning from them, trying to keep up and see what they're doing, and seeing what works for me. And yeah, just picking the best waves and, you know, trying to gain confidence to bring it on to the next one.
Well, I reckon you surfed probably one of the worst waves in that heat into a good score. So does that give you another level of confidence again?
Yes, that does. I mean, just picking the best waves definitely helps, but sometimes in that case it doesn't work out.
What are you going to do potentially with a couple of days off over here in the Margaret River region?
Yeah, just definitely enjoy this beautiful place. I love it every time we come here. Mom's with me this time, and yeah, we're just enjoying it, eating good food, exploring this beautiful place.
Speaking of which, I think the produce tent's fired up the road, so I think we're going to go tuck in. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Stace. Great chat there with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Stace, great surfer, but loves the lay day here in the West. A lot of great places to check out, a lot of friendly people like yourself, Flick, to point you in the right direction. To make sure you have 4-wheel drive when you need it, that's important if you're trying to hunt down certain types of waves around here. So many opportunities there. The focus is, though, on the big event win. You win a wine barrel here. That makes a lot of sense if you're the champion here at Margaret River. As we'll go to some replays. Isabella Nichols trying to save her spot on tour. Let's see what she did here, Waxer.
Yeah, surfing super committed on this wave. Waited a long time for this, needed to make it count, and she did. With that nice connection with lip on that first turn, and she finished right there nice and cleanly. And that gets shallow there. I love this side angle. I think it gives it a lot of credit on these smaller days for sure. And you can just see her draw this one out. And I'm sure Kaipo was watching that one from the water. And as you climb down the inside, you don't know what it's going to give you, but you're already committed, so you have to go for it. And and there we go. There's talk about commitment.
Oh, Tati's emptying her ear hole there. There's some serious spray went in there.
Always a big moment in a free surf. Even crazier in competition. We saw Houshmand with that turn against Medina at Winky Pop. It happens all the time in pro surfing. But in the water as well, when you see your friend paddling out, you're like, I'll skip a section to try to get that moment where you can spray your buddy in the face.
Yeah, that's it. When you're spraying someone, you're going fast. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one.
Brisa Hennessy has been waiting for this second scoring ride. Starts off with a turn into the pocket. Getting a little bit stuck there, not her fault, just the wave kind of changing speed, and she'll find a nice pace to clean it up well on the finish. So Hennessy now with 2 waves, all surfers with 2 waves here at 17:45 on the clock. Bella's last 6.67. Showing that strong relationship she has with Margaret River main break, Flick.
Yeah, that was a really well-surfed wave from Bella. She just had a really good pace to it. She didn't rush anything. Especially that last turn, you could really see her wait for that last section. I think we've seen a few girls in earlier heats. We'll just break down this one first from Brisa. This is her second wave here. Goes here into this carving maneuver, just trying to get some work done as this wave sort of dissipating in size. Super small here on the inside, but she gets a finish right in front of that shallow section. But yeah, I just loved what I saw from Bella. She just had a beautiful pace to her wave and really waited for that last section to present itself instead of forcing it. I feel like there's been a few moments this morning where we've seen people just go for that multiple maneuver instead of just really waiting and having that nice flow when it comes to doing that last turn.
And ultimately, if you can carry that speed and flow, that's where the power comes from. And to get that connection with the lip, which is what the judges specified. Once again, speed, power, flow, they're the three elements of the criteria. But given the conditions, it's a subcategory. And that today was a combination of critical maneuvers. They want to see the lip line attacked. When you're carrying that speed like Bella, you're going to go into that, that good range. And if you can do it on a big wave and get something radical at the end, you're going to go excellent.
So much great history here at this event, which has kind of flowed through some big qualifying series years, some heavyweight versions of the QS, which would be called Challenger Series by the points that were available back then. Some legendary surfers winning this event, like Melanie Redmond-Carr, who won 3 straight, 4 total at that QS series. Absolute legend from WA. Wonder what she's up to these days.
She's up in, I believe, up in the other end of the coast where you got to get your passport out and get it stamped to get up that end.
There we go.
She had it stamped yesterday to come back down here. She's surfing.
How is she surfing?
With her son. Ripping.
Yeah.
I love it.
Even Kaio Belli was out there and said, it's like, whoa, I mean, that's her. I said, yeah. And he's like, dude, she still rips. And
absolutely rips. She used to be one of my idols when I was, she still is, I mean, but growing up, you know, just so cool to see someone from your own region, you know, take out an event 3 years in a row, biggest event here, just incredible. It's when you're a little kid, it's the stuff you dream of. And I see little kids down there today. I heard Jack even mention it the other day. He'd come down here all day when he was a kid, 12 years old, just waiting for that moment when you see your hero walk up the stairs. And I mean, for me, it was Melanie Redmond was one of them. Lane Beachley was another. I remember a year Heather Clark won, and I got to caddy for her. And it was just, you know, they're the things dreams are made of when you're a kid. And it's so cool that you just get that moment that where you have to get so close to them here.
How cool is that? Mel Redmond-Carr dominating this event at home in WA, but also was in the world title race many years, going back to that 2007, 2008 era. She was making consistent finals. As we still have 14:30 on the clock in the last heat of the day. Isabella Nichols out in front, Brisa second, Tati in third with priority. We'll take a Bonsoy Brew break. Back for more magic in the West right after this.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Healthway, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Epic Safety, official eyewear partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Women's opening round is going to be complete. We're in the last heat of the day, but there's much, much more on the way after this heat. We're going to have our WSL post-show, Joe.
Right, Kaipo, looking forward to it. A quick day, but an important day to set up some wild heats in the elimination round, in the round of 16 if you're finishing in the top 2, but it's top 5. We're right on the mid-season cut. This is where Bella saved her career a couple of years ago and won the event. Went on to surf a complete season on tour, then fell off last season. I think realized that there's so much more in your career, not just going to the Challenger Series and moving on in your life. You can come back strong, surf some world-class waves like she did, put herself back on the top 17, and she's under that same type of pressure here in 2024. And we'll see if that's a blessing or a curse. You've been there before. Can you rebottle that same type of energy that you felt originally when you went on to win? We'll see what happens this year.
Yeah, we will see what happens, and it's an incredibly hard task when you know you've already done it before. I feel like it almost becomes harder. I mean, it's good to know, and it's reaffirming to know, hey, I've been here before, I can do it again. But the chances of it happening, and there's a lot of surfers there are looking down the barrel of a win as well, and just with everyone being so hungry, and it's a really, really, really hard task. I mean, it's obviously comforting to know she's done it, but just with the caliber of surfers on tour at the moment and just the kind of caliber that are below the cut and with the experience they have out at this wave, I feel like it's a hard task.
Certainly is. And Bella definitely prepared for it. A world junior champion, really strong with her forehand attack, beating her heroes in her rookie season back in the shortened year in 2021. An impressive result back in Newcastle. So she's shown a lot of her depth in a short period of time. Brisa second, Tati's the one in third at the moment, holding down priority, needing a 4.83 to move into the top 2. Tati, former runner-up in the world, born in the southern part of Brazil, but raised on the island of Kauai, which has had so much talent. We saw Gabby Bryan get her win earlier from the same island as Tati, and they laugh because when they're home, they rarely see each other in the water. They just see each other on the road.
That's a classic, and it's actually just depending on the classic pro surfer schedule. You got some surfers who notoriously don't surf before 8 a.m. And then you got others who do the full dawn shift, like I'm sure Sally Fitz is the 6 a.m. warrior, and that can happen even at the most crowded spots in the world, like Snapper Rocks, where a lot of pros are not in the water at the same time, different schedules. But yeah, something like Kauai, where you've got, there's a lot of waves, but there's a lot of similar waves that you both want to train on. That's pretty funny that they don't surf together very often.
Pretty cool when you focus on the regions of dominance in the West. Obviously an international field. It's led by the Australians with 8 championship tour wins. Hawaii with 3, USA with 2, Brazil and France sharing 1 win apiece. France, that's Joanne Defay. Brazil, that's Tatiana Weston-Webb. You see Hawaii, you look at Carissa Moore and her dominance at this venue as well. Australia's had a lot of champions, from Sally Fitzgibbons, Tyler Wright in this heat, Isabella Nichols adding one for the Aussies as well. And Australians are proud of that, when they've got some protection on their waves by their locals, even if they're from the East Coast, they'll take it.
Oh, for sure. I think the amount of event wins is sort of a testament to, back in the day, we had an Australian titles here. So then this isn't the first time that these Aussies, even if you're not from here, if you're from the East Coast, it's not the first time that they've come to Margaret River. And I think Surfing Australia has done a really good job at identifying that now. They've got this program called the Talent ID program, where they select a bunch of kids who they think have got this big promise, and they're taking them to these event locations. They're getting the practice in so early. It's not these people's first rodeo. There's so much experience out here. Before this was a World Tour event, it was a qualifying series event before we brought in the new Challenger Series system. So a lot of these women as well have logged so many heats out here. 4-person heats, more challenging during a qualifying series event, as we look at Bella up and riding.
Finding her feet on the carve, a couple of steps, but finds the wrap and then snaps it hard in the pocket. Feeling her way off the lip line. You can see the challenge of really having flow throughout every point on that wave, but did well to stay on her feet. Looking to better a 3.67 with 7:15 to go.
Yeah, a little disjointed that wave, but she needed to either take that to better the 3.67 she has, or at least take the wave so no one else caught it to better their total as well. But you could call it manufacturing the score, but she completed nonetheless, and that's going to it's going to be close to increasing on that 3.67.
A nice energy and determination out of her style, her focus on each and every section, even though the wave played a couple of little tricks on her, going off speed when she got to the lip, but recovered well through her points as she'll look to protect her lead out front with 6:40 on the clock. We're talking about Melanie Redmond-Carr earlier. I was just thinking about Claire Bevilacqua coming out of the West. And there's that theme, too, of surfers that did really well transitioning to Hawaii, growing up in a place like this. Back to Bella's wave. What'd you see here, Flick?
Yeah, just to echo what Waxhead was saying, it was a little bit disjointed, but I feel like that was the wave. Bella did the best she could with what she had here. She's trying to improve on that 3.67, and that's all coming through. So she hasn't improved on it, but so Bella's actually working with Mike McAuliffe here, and Mike, obviously an amazing Western Australian surfer himself, but I'd say probably one of the best guys on his day out here, just knows this break like the back of his hand. So she's got a good person in her corner here, who's obviously working with Mike in her year that she got the win out here as well. So she's feeling really comfortable, feeling confident. She's got the 6.67 on the board already. And I feel like with 5 minutes left in this heat, I feel like she's probably going to get a good hold over here. I mean, it's a big number for this heat, right? Like, you look at Tati and Brisa, 4s. Tati yet to lock in anything over a 4. A 6.67 is pretty high for, as we see Tati taking off right now.
Tati on the Weston Webb working with Ross Williams. There's the first snap there to get this one going down the line. Filling in the open face. Well, another little backhand snap off the top. She'll eject, running out of room there. But filling that one in with a different type of approach through the flats, keeping that rail work engaged when she could. And she's chasing a 4.83 without a finish there to move to the top 2.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like more of a small wave groveler that she might be riding out there. The way that she was able to really whip through that 3rd turn and go to the 4th turn where it went straight over the top. And that wouldn't be a bad choice of board today, to something where you can fit 2 or 3 quick maneuvers in. But we'll have a look at that replay. So nice one. It stood up really nice. But here, this first turn comes around the section, banks that one perfect. A lot of spray on that one. This one puts a bit on that carve, lines up for this and throws some spray on that. And here, just thinks she's going to tap it up, and it goes flying with the wind. So lightweight performance shortboard. Unfortunately, unable to capitalize, but gets a score.
Last score for Tati, 5.33. Even with the ejection she had to do on the final section, did well to move into the top 2. That sends Brisa Hennessy to 3rd, needing a 4.68. So big switch there in the standings. Tati getting her best numbers so far. 2nd best ride of the matchup. The best still belongs to Bella Nichols with a 6.67. You mentioned Mick McAuliffe. He's one of those guys you run into and I'm like, I'm in the West. He's going to share some great local knowledge, great energy. Helps a lot with the calls as well for this event. And that's a bit of legendary status, you know, at any local lineup when there's one of the old veterans that you can talk to about the wind, the waves. It's kind of like a degree on your black belt, you know, when someone could tell you where to be at the right time to score perfect surf. It goes into your ability to be, you know, what's called a waterman, understanding the ocean at this kind of level. We're getting a lot of fun stuff from Stace with our athletes today, and I think he's found himself in a good part of the event site.
Here at arguably the athletes and guests' most favourite tent of the Margaret River Pro, here with Evan Hayter from Descendant. How you been, mate?
Yeah, good, mate. Really well, thanks, Stace.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming down.
No worries at all. No worries at all. It's been a bit of a push this morning, but it's happening now. The line's long.
Yeah. We had these smells just wafting through the contest area from about 10:30 this morning, and as soon as the door swung open, it was all go.
Yeah, you just get the charcoal burning and everyone wants a bit of it. Geordie Smith sitting on the throne just over here, waiting. He just kept dropping hints like, oh, I'm coming past, getting ready. So, yeah, no, it's been good.
Got a couple of amazing guests over the years. Who's been your favourite?
Well, Steph Gilmore last year she stood by pretty closely, had a few goes at it, but no, they just seem to all really love it. Who else? Italo Ferreira. He
looks amazing.
Yeah, we've added a bit of chicken to the lineup this year, but we've got the abs, the craze, the steak. Yeah, just the usual suspects, but the satay's been a bit of a hit to start off the day with the macadamia satay. So all local, all the best.
It's looking amazing. Chris Gallagher's coming back for fourths, and we can't blame him.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Do you guys mind wrapping up this heat?
Oh, I'm going straight there in a minute 36 seconds.
Hold down the fort. I'll be right back. It's easy to call. It's the best food on tour.
Oh.
When we get to the west, the top chefs in the world. Look, Kelly might delay his free serve.
Just looking. I skipped the line so bad, so
Tell you what, if Brisa can get this score, she'll be straight in there, 4.68. She needs to go through. That'll be wafting with that offshore wind straight out in the lineup right now. So,
surf and turf, there's all of it right there waiting for you after getting out of the water at main break.
I loved how he said all the usual suspects, talking about just the crayfish and the lobsters as if it was just so common in different parts of the world. So, but that's where we're here. We're in Margaret River. It's wild. The animals are big. The sea life is big. The waves are big. Everything is so large and expansive here.
39 seconds on the clock. Tati taking a look. She's still second after a 5.33, which is advancement to the round of 16. Third is the position you want to avoid. That's where Brisa is sitting at the moment. You have a high seed in Joanne Fay in the elimination round already. We'll see Tati take a smaller one. A couple of nice clean turns on a small inside 1-footer. And she's going to call it a day. Brisa still holding court with priority as we wind out the clock. Nothing coming for Brisa, so job well done for the past champions here in Margaret River. Bella Nichols' crucial heat win to move on into the round of 16 as she's chasing a spot inside the top 10. Tatiana Weston Webb looking effective as well with that backhand flow. 5.33 her best, and Brisa will be a huge name in the elimination round as this event continues.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shock to me right now, but she's got another crack at it, and I think we're going to see that happen in a few days' time. But Bella just really, really smart surfing there. She picked the wave selection and picked the best wave of that heat, that 6.67, beautifully surfed.
And a great call. Last seat of the day, it was getting a little bit slow out there. We saw some great waves so far, but we know we've got plenty of time left in the waiting period, Waxhead.
Yeah, that we do. This is day one, and you said it best with Isabella in that last heat. Focused, really trying to manufacture that score. When you have to do that and you're still the heat winner, it's always a good time to go and hold and call it on for another day.
WSL Post Show is coming up next to break down the opening day of competition. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett and Waxhead to break down all the action of the opening day of competition. We'll see you then.
Thanks for sticking with us for the WSL Post Show here from stop number 5, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Great to have the company of two of my favourites, Richie, Matt. A quick day, boys, but plenty of action crammed into it, and you can still feel it, the pressure of stop number 5, that looming cut, the race already well and truly alive to get into that final 5 conversation, and we saw some of those final 5 competitors sitting at the top end of the ranks get turfed into the elimination round.
Well, it always happens at this event. It's so pressure cooked, you know, and knowledge comes into play when we're surfing Margaret River, right? It's experience, it's knowing the lineup. You've really got to understand the wave here, and it was a tricky day of competition. It was a decreasing swell, and it was tricky.
Matty, you picked up on it early with your through in those heats.
Yeah, and the surfers going out were lighthearted. They felt, you could tell they weren't carrying all that tension that we talk tension up because it's sunny, it's small. They knew the jet ski assist wasn't really a thing, but there weren't that many waves. So when they came through, you just had to capitalize. Exactly what happens when it's bigger. You don't want to have any of that downtime. You don't want to have to go all the way around. So it was a catch-22. It's like go in lighthearted, knowing you need a big result. Don't carry all that tension, but you got to make it count too.
Yeah, there was definitely no holding back on the end sections, but just the way that the end section was sort of unfolding for the competitors, it just didn't have that high impact energy. There wasn't a whole lot of points there. You sort of had to put those combos together early in the ride. Yeah, totally. You know, those big outside turns, we saw the judges pay them. They stayed true to the flow and the combinations that they like to see. And I think today on these smaller days, there's actually less water on that surgeon's table section than when it's a bit bigger. At least there's some whitewash and a little bit of water over the rocks. But today it was like, you know, put the body and the board and the fins on the line for that last turn. We know surfers below the cut line are going to be feeling that pressure and having to step up, and those at the top end are going to have to be wary of those campaigners, and we saw it happen in Heat 2. You've got, you know, one of the top seeds in Joanne DeFay looking so strong coming into this contest, getting relegated to the elimination round by Lakey Peterson. Yeah, she's been on an incredible roll of late. You know, Joanne's in fine form. She's been just surfing so well. But just got caught a little short in this heat. Lakey Peterson, who has been a little bit inconsistent this year. She found something. She's got good memories here at Margaret River. She's done well. And that strong forehand approach on these right-handers, very suited to Lakey.
Yeah, and I think the people who are feeling the tension most of the time were the Shapers, and the Shapers rankings, to be honest, they were the ones you could feel the tension. But yeah, Sophie McCulloch hammering that one through, and Lakey, veteran, knowing she needs a strong result and really needed to get going early in this event, and that she did. Yeah,
Sophie McCulloch too, you know, her performances on the CT, I don't think really speak to her talent level, so good to see her survive that opening round effort, and she's definitely a competitor capable of some much bigger numbers, so I'd love to see her and the opportunity of with an opportunity to bank some big scores and really show us what she's capable of. Yeah, for sure. So far, it's been a little frustrating time for her on the championship tour, and you know, but you've got to hang in there. You've got to keep plugging away. It's going to come. She's obviously a great surfer. She's made her way onto the tour, but you know, her time will come. But she's run out of time. She needs to make it count now. The Boost Mobile heat of the day, it was an exceptional heat on paper, and we thought it was so good we gave them an extra 15 minutes out there in the lineup. 50 minutes for the competitors. We did have a restart, but it was always going to be interesting seeing the rankings leader out there in the lineup. Man, she was good, Matt.
Yeah, watching this one live, it was such a long delay, but said she felt stiff. Couldn't tell the style, the flow, the grace and the power that was generated. The timing of this wave looks so good from up in the coach's box there, up on the ledge. And I was sitting with just behind Dave McCauley and sitting with Sawyer's dad as well. And when you see someone like this, just, you know, hold their rail, you know it's going to be a good score.
Yeah, some great surfing here. A tricky wave, this one to surf, but showing a lot of experience for such a youngster. Just know that she needed the backup score. And, well, this was Sawyer Lindblad. She got some really good work done on the backhand.
It was an unbelievable battle for the progressing position between Sawyer Lindblad and Bronte McCauley, really comparable rides on this exchange, and Sawyer just getting the edge she needed.
Yeah, it was just the flow element. Bronte with some really nice turns there and finished strong, putting a little bit of vigor on that end section. But it was that flow connection that really got Sawyer that 7-point ride.
Yeah, you can see how much it means to her here.
And you're nearly knocking the tail on that board when she was so stoked, speaking of Snake, and Katie just cruising.
Yeah, well, she's off to get some clips over the next couple of days, perhaps.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, have a look at that. Impressive stuff from Caitlin Simmers. Found 2 reasonable rides. Sawyer Lindblad with the highest number of that heat. Bronte McCauley, I like her chances in the elimination round. Not really feeling the pressure of anything, but chasing down a big result at home.
Yeah, it'd be great to see Bronte McCauley. I mean, we've seen her on the championship tour in years past. We know that she has an incredible backhand attack. If the lefts come into play, she'll step up there, but she's got the hometown support, so she's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, and perhaps just a little part of her really wanting to go to Chopes and Cloudbreak as well, you know, wishing that she was back on that tour and being able to experience those waves. You've seen the exploits of her up north as well. WA, you know, has got so much of that variety here, but she'll have a little chip on her shoulder here, I think, for sure.
Yeah, she looks really confident, so we'll see if she can bounce back. She's made her way to the top of the stairs, the winner of the last heat. She's with Stace. Take it away, mate.
Thanks, Ron. Isabella, always nice to win the last heat of the day.
It is. It's nice to get to go home and sleep happy, knowing that you won't be in one of the first heats of tomorrow, potentially.
Over the last 2 years, you felt every emotion possible. You're drawing on those experiences this week, no doubt.
I am. It's crazy. This place is very emotionally fueled for me. I've had some of the most incredible experiences here. Like, obviously making the cut was the best day of my life, and then last year not making the cut was pretty heartbreaking. So yeah, I have a lot of emotion tied to this place. I'm really trying to tap into like the feelings that I felt through 2020, through that event, and using that as like inspiration and fuel, and hopefully I can get those same feelings again.
You got your family over here. You've been here for 9 days already. You starting to feel in rhythm with the place?
I love it here. As I say every year, I want to live here. My mum and dad have come over. They just rocked up this morning. My sister actually lives in Perth now too, so we've got a part of the family over on the west side. And yeah, I mean, this is genuinely one of my favorite places in the world. The food's great, the waves are fun. I'm just here to have a good time, and whatever comes of it, I'm open. I've experienced both sides now, so nothing's new to me anymore. So I'm just like open to any possibility.
I won't take up too much of your time. Speaking of the food tent's open. I'll let you go and rip in. Well done, Bella.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, you can really feel the sincerity there from Isabella. Really does enjoy her time here, but trying to channel the positives from a big victory at this location, not think about what happened last year. You like her chances, Rich?
I do. I really do. I've said it in years past. You know, she's got that big front-hand hack that she can go to. It's served her well in the past. She's had incredible moments here. And when you go to a place that you have good memories or a victory at, you have this sort of comfortability there. And she's definitely seems really comfortable with everything. She's got the family and friends here. So, yeah, she's in good form.
A lot of competitors with different kinds of weapons for this venue. Some of that relies on the swell that comes this way. And let's have a look at the Surfline forecast, Matt. I know you've been checking it out pretty closely. I mean, such a consistent location. And this is probably as small as I've kind of seen it, really.
Yeah, so usually we want to see those big purple blobs off to the left of screen at the bottom of Africa, and it comes across and it'll unload pretty much directly off Margs and straight into us. But at the moment, it's going under us, straight out to the east coast of Australia, which is actually experiencing south swell right now. So
that's
we
firing.
And we kind of want that to shift and get a high pressure system to push it over this way a little bit more into the Indian Ocean, and then the people up in Sumatra and Bali will be stoked as well, because it usually takes 2 days to get there.
That's what we're looking at, Rich, for the next 4 days.
Yeah, look, this is a decreasing swell. We saw the inconsistency of the sets, but, you know, from tomorrow into the weekend, it's still going to be fairly small, but Monday things start to get interesting again. There's a new little swell pulse that's going to come through. We'll be having a close look at that. It's a decent size, very contestable waves on the horizon.
Well, that sounds pretty good to me. And we're going to actually turn up each day and have a good look at the conditions anyway, because like you said, you know, this place, it can kind of pull and draw in any kind of swell that's out there in this lineup. And as a reef break, you know, you get the real concentration of energy that unloads.
Normally it's rideable. You know, out here it's very, very rarely unrideable. It was certainly contestable today, but perhaps just a little bit inconsistent. So, you know, there's a lot at stake here. We're facing the cut. So, you know, we want to give our competitors the best chance we can and make it fair.
That's a good call. I thought today just overall the performances in those tricky conditions with decreasing energy, the competitors read the waves beautifully.
Yeah, offshore wind super early, wreaked a little bit of havoc, which is what you expect when you come over west. Everything's a lot more harsh and it's a lot more extravagant. Your turns have to be tighter and stronger and a lot less flare than what we're seeing in what we saw the weaker conditions at Winky and some of the conditions in the last event. Some people opting for the grovelers, but then you see like Betty Lou riding the Parzel Ghost. You know, it's a power surfing surfboard and it works. It really, you need to come under the lip. As soon as you hit that lip line, you really just, you know, letting the gods decide what happens and you come back down.
Yeah, some good reads. Let's have a look at the highlight moments from today as we dive into the BioGland Daily Dose, starting with number 5, super impressive stuff from Katie Simmers, the world number 1. Just looking like the rightful owner of that yellow jersey at the moment.
Yeah, just a classy performance here from such a young competitor. She's just so exciting. She's bringing this new element to the tour. Looked in total control in this heat. Never really looked like she was under threat. She put a couple of the biggest numbers and just a really solid performance.
Made her moves at the right time. We almost had a double heat restart just 30 seconds before the heat was restarted again. Katie moved to the inside. It proved to be a masterstroke for her.
Yeah, and just a combination of maneuvers. She used to have that downtime with her hands by her side and didn't know what to do, but now she's really worked on a variety of maneuvers and fills the gaps really nicely.
Flowing like a champion. Number 4, it's Lakey Peterson sending Joanne Defay, one of the top seeds in the event, to the elimination round. An important heat win for Lakey Peterson, jumping up 3 spots into 8th position on the live ladder.
Yeah, that's huge. She's getting the result exactly where she needed it. And, well, put this lady here, Joanne Defay, just sent her to the elimination round. Unexpected for someone on such a good roll, but Lakey tapping into that performance that we're really used to seeing from her. That quick reaction, bottom turn, snap off the top. Great combination she's lent into for so well. Let's see more of it through the week.
Yeah, you can see the roundtails opting the sharp eye there for Joanne. Kind of like just shrugging her shoulders. It did nothing wrong. Just unfortunately couldn't get any more waves.
Coming in at number 3, Molly makes progress. She looked strong, she looked fit, and she looked focused.
Yeah, she certainly did. Another clean snap off the end section there, and even took a left-hander here. Started to open up and feel the rhythm of the left. Just got that final turn in, tricky section to navigate, but again, just sort of looking good, taking it all in her stride. It was a solid performance, nothing too extraordinary, but got the job done.
Looking both directions too, scoring on both the left and the right. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, all class at number 2. Great performance from her.
Yeah, super strong, really committed surfing. She was able just, as I said earlier, just keep her turns under that lip line and get multiple. There's 4 turns on that wave too, but those first 3 very quality. And the way she's really grown into her, you know, her body, and she's feeling so confident. You can just see the way that she's attacking the lip line on that. So definitely a standout of this whole day so far.
Highest heat score total, but I think for me the most impressive thing about that win is who she overcame. Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons. That's a really tough opening round draw. At number 1, you've got to give props to the surfer under extreme pressure, getting a very important progression out of the opening round. It's Sawyer Lindblad up against Bronte McCauley here.
Yeah, in a very wave-starved heat, the women did extremely well to capitalise on the opportunities they were given. Bronte only having 2 rides in that heat, and Sawyer only had the 3, but the 2 scoring rides, and she got it right at the end there. But we'll be seeing Bronte again, and you know, we know she's got that hometown advantage, and probably see her go deep into the competition.
Matt, let me just frame these ones up for you. The elimination round heats: Joanne, Sally, and Bronte in heat 1. India, Luana, and Brisa in heat 2.
Well, first thing comes to mind is going to be a lot of spray flying, power surfing affair, but wow, veteran, that first one, my gosh. And to have someone like Bronte drawing that in your heat with nothing to lose, wow. And someone like Sally, who's quarterfinal to semi-final appearance is what you come to expect from her. 8 times she's made those final rounds as well, so Yeah, a lot on the line.
Going to be intense.
I think that the vibe is going to be a lot more intense tomorrow, perhaps, than what we saw this morning.
Yeah, for sure. Elimination round's gnarly, and for Sally, it's a must-win. If she doesn't get through, she's off the tour. So, you know, it's critical moments and pressure's building, and as a spectator, it's kind of fun. As a surfer, it's probably not that great.
But also worth having a look at the matchups in the opening round on the men's side of the event here too. Baron Mamiya, Imai Kalani-DeVault, Eli Hanneman in the opening heat. The second heat of the opening round for the men, Jack Robinson, Gabriel Medina and David Silva is going to be one not to be missed. It'll be interesting to see how Medina is looking after that really controversial loss that he had down there at Bells.
Oh, absolutely, and there's been a ton of social clips of him over the week down here just warming up, and geez, he looks good. I mean, he's in fine form, no doubt about it. In Bells, he looked incredible as well, but surprising to me that both Italo and Gabrielle are in danger of the cut. It's just incredible, so it's let's see what they do.
Yeah, stressful for them, enjoyable for us to watch it all unfold. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, making the call at 7 for a possible 7:30 a.m. start here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We're going to leave you with highlights from today. Have a great night and check in tomorrow morning.
And tell I was broken long before you see the monster inside doesn't wanna sleep. I paid deep, but I just dug her up. I paid deep, but here she comes again. I paid deep, but I just dug her up. And she's out for blood. Future, I'm the future, I'm the future, I'm the future, I'm your future. Don't pretend that I'm such a mess. I'm back to my savage self. You thought you could keep me locked away. Let the monster inside just watch to play. I paid deep, but I just dug her up. I paid deep, but here she comes again. I paid deep, but I just dug her up. She's out for blood. You won't catch me understated. Overkill is underrated. I'm a hustler, I'm a shaker, I'm a mover, I'm the future. You won't catch me understated. Overkill is underrated.
For broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.